Metz. I'm the chairman for World Tourism Network, and I want to share with you how excited I am and everyone here in our team to be in Bali, September 29th and 30th. We're having our first global summit, and we hope to welcome you. And it'll be an absolutely fantastic event. More information, just go to time2023.com, time2023.com, and I will see you in Bali.
Salamat. My name is Dr. Peter Tarlow, and I have the honor of being the president of the World Tourism Network and welcoming each one of you to a fantastic experience. The World Tourism Network, representing small and medium-sized enterprises and businesses around the world, will be holding an international conference in Bali, Indonesia. This is a wonderful time for all of us to get to know each other, to find out how we can work together, to face some of the critical issues that touch the entire tourism industry. And together, we are so much stronger than being small or medium-sized enterprises working alone. Please come join us. Let's work together to make tourism truly the industry that we all want it to be. Looking forward to seeing you in Bali.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to our international symposium, Bali, the Journey of Heart, today, Friday, June 2nd, 2023. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to say the utmost gratitude toward God for letting us together into this event with good and stable state of health. I'm Eka Mahadewi, lecturer from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, as the chairwoman of this international symposium. And this symposium was made possible thanks to the initiative of Dr. Reza Soltani from Tourism Webinar in collaboration with UNWTO. It is such an honor to welcome you here in this event. Our event today divided into 3 agendas. First, welcoming and opening by Head of Bali Tourism Authority, Bapak Cok Bagus Pemayung. And second agenda, as a main session of the International Symposium, led by Dr. Bridget Trower from Australia, and also presentation from speakers with question and answer. And for the last session, the third question, closing with a conclusion. Now we go to our first agenda, welcoming speech from Head of Bali Tourism Authority, Mr. Cok Bagus Pemayung. Before his speech, I would like to introduce him, Pak Cok, as a Head of Bali Tourism Authority. He worked for government in tourism in Bali, especially he started already almost 28 years in tourism industry. He graduated from University of Udayana in Diploma for Tourism of Tourism and his Magister in Tourism in Management. Well, I think Pak Cok drive his experience in tourism sector and also in government for many years. And now time is yours, Pak Cok, to present and welcoming the symposium of the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bu Eka Mahadewi.
Please, Pak Cok, for welcoming and opening the webinar.
Okay. The Honorable the Secretary General UNWTO, Mr. Caleb Rifai, the Honorable Chairman Pacific Asia Travel Association, Mr. Peter Simon, Ibu Bu Eka bisa dengar suara
Yes,
saya?
we can hear you.
Silakan.
Bu
Jelas,
Eka
Pak.
bisa dengar suara saya?
Clear, Pak, clear.
Clear, okay.
Jelas, Pak. Silakan lanjut, Pak.
The Honorable the Firm Secretary General UNWTO, Mr. Dr. Caleb Rifai, the Honorable Chairman Pacific Asia Travel Association, Mr. Peter Simon, the Honorable President World Tourism Network, Mr. Jordan Stenmetz, Dr. Bridget Treacher as a moderator, distinguished speaker participant, ladies and gentlemen, Om Swastiastu. May the Almighty God bless us all. On this special chance, I would like to thank the organizing committee for organizing this international symposium. I'm sure it will support our goals to good tourists for develop sustainable and quality tourism in Bali. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, recently, many negative news being viral in the social media about foreign visitor has violated law or against culture local norms, such as riding motorbikes without proper safety tools, walk in Bali without walking visa, their tourist visa or stay permit, doing business without any legal document, foreign tourists with Bali ID, and many negative acts that will influence Bali destination reputation to be bad or decline. And we all understand tourism is a reputation dependent industry. On demand side, When travel does not have previous experience or never visited the destination before, they surely face certain risks to decide their travel choices. A good perception of the destination reputation helps to minimize the unsatisfactory of travel experiences. Of the supply side, a good reputation will give a positive benefit to the destination, such as get visitor, investment, and skilled human resources. When tourists have a great holiday, they will prize the destination, telling friends and family about the marvelous time they have had and what an amazing place to visit. Likewise, when they don't have such a good experience, they run the destination down, saying bad things and criticizing the destination as a result of their poor experience. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, to cope with those negative patiental rise as harming Bali destination reputation, Bali government of Bali province has immediately formed a special task force which include police and immigration officer, even custom village institution. This task force member will later supervise, handle foreign tourism, and take action against foreign visitor who disturb public order or violate Indonesian law. The government and law enforcement officer need to strengthen effort to take firm action. So far, the immigration office in Bali has done firm action against tourists who violate immigration rules. Many tourists have been deported to their countries as a proof of government's commitment, because the problem of foreign tourists in Bali that have not been resolved can affect the interest of tourists from other countries who really want to visit Indonesia. I'm sure all related institutions in Bali have strong commitment to protect Bali as our beautiful, safe, and friendly yet respect the low destination. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this is my brief speech. I wish fruitful result for today's seminar. Hopefully, it will support Bali destination reputation to be sustainable with good tourist behavior and quality tourism. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry as cannot join the seminar until finish, because I have to attend their meeting that cannot be represented by others. However, there are some staff of mine are still standby in this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Chok, for your kind welcoming address to our speakers and participants, and also give us the Bali tourism update from the government perspective. Thank you very much again. And as Pak Chok mentioned, his staff will still have enough time to stay with us, and we are really appreciative. Now we go to the next agenda, the second agenda. Main session of the International Symposium by speakers with their presentation, question and answer. Main session will lead by Dr. Bridget Trower. I would like to share her profile. Dr. Bridget Trower holds a PhD in tourism management from the University of Queensland, Australia, conceptualizing special interest tourism. Her last journey is replete with extensive experiences in the field of leisure, travel, and tourism, both in industry and academia, and not to forget the adventure that is life. Bridget has worked in higher education in some other countries, Canada, England, Germany, New Zealand, and the United Arab Emirates. Now, here we come, Dr. Bridget Trower. as a moderator from Australia. Time is yours, Dr. Bridget.
Thank you, Dr. Eka, and welcome to everyone. Quite excited to be here today with such an amazing panel of speakers and everybody else who is tuned in. Just as a quick summary, it was lovely to hear the brief introduction just then, which highlighted to me that travel and tourism is all about experiences, yes, but it is also all about relationships with people, place, and planet Earth. And I think that's what the whole webinar today will all be about. And I think, you know, just to go ahead, this theme for the today's was just said before. I would like to specifically welcome all the speakers here today, who I will address very shortly, very briefly, might I add, though, because there's so many of us here today, or you, I will not be a speaker. And as always, our welcome also goes to the thousands watching on our website and also other social media platforms, including YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And yes, also thank you, Reza, Dr. Reza Sultani, for once organizing this webinar. Cannot forget that. And once again, welcome and thank you for Dr. Talib Rifai to be present here again today, for honoring us with your presence. Now, I might start off briefly to make one point, and that is that I'm actually delighted to have been asked to moderate here today and to step in and take actually Professor Steve Noakes' place, who was originally planned to be the moderator for this webinar today. Unfortunately, he is not available today and he sends his apologies. I might add also, and while I am an Australian, just like Steve and also Professor Noel Scott, who will be talking later on. Hi, Noel. Lovely to see you here later. You might hear I do not speak with an Australian accent. I am originally from Germany and I have never managed to really master the Aussie accent. So bear with me with the way I speak. And that means also pronouncing all the Indonesian names. I apologize in advance. Now, Professor Steve Noakes sent us a very wonderful video and also a message. The video, however, we cannot play, and I'd like to ask everyone to go to Tourism Webinar website and look at it in your own leisure time. Now, I would like to, however, briefly read out something that Steve sent to us to just give you an idea of his relevance here as well. Now, Professor Steve Noakes is a team leader of the Project Management Support Unit within the large-scale Indonesia Tourism Development Project. And he's also the chair of Eco-Lodges Indonesia. He's a long-standing ecotourism pioneer with lodges adjacent to protected areas in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Flores. The company used to have lodges in Bali as well, as it is usually the gateway and departure place for customers of Eco-Lodges Indonesia. All lodges have a strong commitment to empowering local communities to contribute to and benefit from biodiversity conservation at local level. Now, Stephen makes the point that the short video he sent in is one approach to sustainable tourism in Indonesia, which is a very major underpinning topic of today's webinars. So another point that I'd like to raise and another message we received, and this one is actually from Professor Wolfgang Alt. He will also be joining the next webinar. Now, Professor Alt sent out this message for Bali. The development of China's outbound tourism to Bali is a good example for the danger involved in concentrating on arrival numbers as a main KPI in tourism. For a sustainable development of tourism in the future, the interests of all stakeholders, visitors, local communities, employees, service providing companies, governments, and the environment, aka future generations, must be taken into account. Without benefits and satisfaction for all, tourism does not work. We call that meaningful tourism, a tool for destinations and companies we have developed during the years of the pandemic. And I could not agree more with his words here. And I think we'd like to bear that in mind as we listen to the speakers coming up. Before I do introduce all the speakers, I do have to go through a couple of so-called housekeeping points. To start off with, given the challenge of cyberspace and the speakers located around the world, we might of course be confronting some technical challenges along the way. However, given the overall time frame of only 90 minutes available for the presentations today, each speaker has only about 5 minutes for sharing their insights and thoughts. The overall time available thus for webinars is generally 120 minutes, and we hope to have left some time after all the speakers for Q&A. So please hold on to your thoughts until then and make a note of them accordingly. You can actually make comments along the way on the Zoom chat area, so don't forget there. To conclude, it's actually Dr. Ecker who will conclude today's webinar before we say goodbye, okay? Also, I would like to point out that anyone can access the webinar, this one, and all other previous ones, including any PowerPoint presentations and any other information on tourismwebinar.com, the day after tomorrow, actually, and also the profiles of the speakers, which will remain actually on the website forever. So you can always revisit tourismwebinar.com. I will also introduce the speakers as we progress through the program very shortly. And I'd like to highlight, because of the immense background and complex background that each one brings into today's webinar, I will only introduce by name and title, and again, highlight for everyone to visit Tourism Webinar to explore the profiles in more detail for you. So thank you for that. Now, one point I think is very important to highlight, given the topic of sustainability and tourism and the words just that we heard before, we are running very shortly on the 8th of June, another webinar entitled Bad Tourist Behavior. We believe this to be of relevance not only actually to Bali, but to places called travel destinations in the world of travel and tourism rather than homes of people that live there. So don't forget, anybody here today, if you want to pass that on, that is happening on the 8th of June. Now, with all of that in mind, Riza and I and Dr. Ecker will try our best to coordinate everything today. Hopefully everything will go smoothly. Right, so let me introduce the speakers for today, who, again, as I said, I pronounced the names correctly, starting with the Indonesian ones. The first speaker will be Dr. Gusti Kade Sutaba, who is the president of Nabasita Pariwisata Indonesia. He's also called Bapak Guste, I've been told, by Dr. Ecker. Thank you very much. The second speaker will be Mr. Putu Vinastra, head of Asita Bali. And again, I've been told, called Bapak Putu. Third speaker will be Dr. Nimade Eka Madevi, who is obviously the chairwoman today. Fourth speaker from the Indonesian contingent is Ms. Ratna Eka Soebrata, part of Bali and Nusa Tenggara chapter. Again, I've been told to address her with Ibu Ratna. Thank you very much, everyone. And I look forward to all the presentations there. The following speakers after that will be Dr. Talib Rifai, and most of us do know him as a former Secretary General of the United Nations. And again, I don't need to introduce him very much there. If you want to, please go to his profile. The following speaker there will be Mr. Peter Simona, President of PATA. And we might find that we cannot connect with him. And I believe, Reza, we have a video there for him that we can play. Speaker after that, as already alluded to earlier, will be Professor Noel Scott. He's Professor for Tourism Management Sustainability Research Centre in Australia. And again, he has a broad and immense background like many of us here. So looking forward to your presentations, you know. And how can we not forget, already spoken to Jürgen Steinmetz, who is the president of World Tourism Network and holds other positions in the domain of travel and tourism, extensive background. Again, please do look on to his web profile on Tourism Network. And last speaker will be Professor Jeffrey Lippman, who we have included short notice. And I'm delighted actually to welcome you, Professor Lippman, particularly given the latest research that you will be presenting on that was done on Bali with a proposed framework of green tourism. Very much looking forward to that. At the end of all of that will be the Q&A session and then the closing by Dr. Ecker. Any questions that you will have, please hold on to the end of the session. So may I ask for the first speaker to take the floor, please.
Bapak Gusti.
Sorry, can you hear me at all? Sorry.
Yeah, Bapak Gusti, the first speaker.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I was waiting for you. Thank you.
Very good. So can I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay, I do share screen now. So my time is 5 minutes.
If we can leave it as that, or 10 next.
Okay, the title of my presentation is Bali Sustainable Tourism, Government Regulation and Stakeholder Participation. This is Bali orientation of sustainable tourism development. We are concerned about the socio-cultural continuity, economic continuity, and ecological sustainability. So this is the focus of tourism of Indonesia. So from nature, 35%, culture, 60%, man-made 5%. Tourism is the main sector of Bali development, and then we are supporting a lot for income of tourism. So 50% is coming from Bali to Indonesia. Total is about $20 million US dollars per year. So it means that Bali has become the biggest spot for economic from tourism for Republic of Indonesia. Cultural tourism of Bali based on the value of Hindu religion is according to the local regulation number 2, 2012. This is the various cultural object tourism in Bali according to the research from Ardika 2004. It's archaeological, architecture, arts, sculpture, craft, culture festival, music, drama, theater, film, language, literature, religious ceremonies, traditional culture. And this is the situation now, the update. At the moment, 92 countries already have visa on arrival facilities for Bali, direct to Bali. 36 airlines have direct flight to Bali compared to situation before COVID. It's about more than 40 airlines. The average occupancy rate for star-rated hotel in Bali is 65% at the moment. Bali economic growth in the first quarter 2023 was 6%. Is very happy because this figure is higher than national average. The number of foreign tourist arrival from January to April was 1.4 million people. So to achieve sustainability, quality, and dignified Bali tourism, the Governor of Bali is issued a circular letter. I think just now we heard already from the head of Bali Tourism Authority, because some problem also with visitors who visit Bali. Some of them is action is not respecting our culture, etc. Also the law. The contents of the school letters are as follows. I will quick read. Oblige foreign. So the tourists should oblige the number one, glorify the sanctity of temple, sacred effigy, and religious symbol that must be purified. So this is do and don'ts actually. Yeah? So they have to do this one, and then also they do some. Earnestly respect the custom, tradition, art, culture, ceremonies, wear polite, reasonable, and appropriate clothing. We have politely in sacred area, accompanied by tour guide when seeing the tourist attraction. Perform foreign currency in the authorized money changer. Make payment with Indonesian standard QR code. Conduct transaction in rupiah currency. Drive in compliance with laws and regulation. that apply in Indonesia, including having a valid international driving license, orderly traffic on the road, dress modestly, wear a helmet, follow the traffic sign, do load passenger beyond capacity, and are not under the influence of alcoholic, preferred or illegal drugs, using official four-wheel usable transportation or two-wheel transportation under the auspicious business entity of two-wheel transportation rental association. Stay at the place of accommodation that is permitted in accordance with the provision of laws and regulation, comply with all special provision rules that apply in each tourist attraction and tourist activity. This is the don'ts. Yeah. Entering part of the main holy places such as temple, except for the purpose of praying, by wearing traditional Balinese clothing or prayer clothes, and not in a state of menstruation. So it's not allowed to climb the sacred tree. We have here that the sacred holy places, temples, sacred religious effigy, and religious symbols such as climbing sacred building and the photos with immodest clothes, without clothes, littering and polluting lakes, spring, rivers, seas, and public places, using single-use plastic such as styrofoam, utter harsh words, behave impolitely, make noise, and act aggressively towards state official, government, local communities, and fellow tourists, direct or indirectly through social media, such as spreading hate speech and fake information or hope. Work and carry out business activities without having official document issued by the competent authority, engaging in illegal activities such as selling or export flora, fauna, artifacts, sacred objects, buying and selling illegal goods, including illegal drugs. Well, I also would like to share the direction of policies and regulation of the provincial government of Bali with the vision of Nangun Satkerti Loka Bali, maintaining the sanctity and harmony of Bali nature and its content to create prosperous and happy Balinese life based on local wisdom valued Satkerti. What is Satkerti? Satkerti means 6 philosophy. So as follows: Makirti, purification and glorification of soul, purification, glorification of the coast and sea, purification and glorification of water sources, purification and glorification of plant, purification and glorification of mankind, purification and glorification of the universe. Satkritis means 6 sources of well-beings and happiness in life. This is talking about Subak. Subak is a Balinese traditional water system organization. So this is tourism ecological potential. So why this is important, this concern, because every year there is become less and less the rice field can be action or can be managed by farmer, because chains become the accommodation place, yeah, sold by the owner of the land. So this is very important for sustainable tourism development. Because Subak is based on the Trihita Karana philosophy, the commitment from all stakeholders to save Subak, especially to reduce the function of agricultural land into tourism accommodation. Several district heads in Bali have waived taxes on this field. This is the stakeholders' inputs to government. So master plan blueprint for Bali tourism must be reviewed every 5 years to adapt the current situation. In some areas, infrastructure route must be made so that there are no traffic jam. Yeah? And many passages are made to break down traffic jam during high season and peak season. Research for carrying capacity accommodation to find the amount of accommodation needed from time to time to afford our supply. Provide cheap, comfortable, fast public transportation that connects cities in Bali can go around Bali in short time. This is the government, what government support from government, from central government for Bali tourism. Number one, the tourism marine hub in Benoa. So many crews now coming through this harbor. Denpasar Singaraja cut route to shorten the distance from Denpasar to Singaraja. That one is toll or bypass of the Mungwi Gilimanuk. West Bali will start soon. Turia Pada Tower will be finished the construction the end of this year in north of Bali. The new harbor of Sanur, Nusa Ceningan, Nusa Penida, International Hospital in Sanur, Balinese Culture Center in Klungkung, Paramount Recreation Center at Jembrana, West Bali, and International at Serangan Island University. Okay, this is the in developing sustainable tourism. So all stakeholders must be involved. Yeah? The private sector, organization, government, local community, NGO, media, so to make sure the sustainability is there. So increase in social economic welfare, social cultural ambitions, environmental preservation. So this is the stakeholders meeting with the governor. So, government of Bali facilitated the meeting of stakeholders. Local regulation supporting Bali sustainable tourism. So beside the project, the government actually also doing writing, regulation in writing. So call it Pergub or Perda, mean local regulation issued by the governor. So there are some like the single-use plastic disposal restriction, the use of traditional Balinese custom, clothing, yeah, the Balinese clothing, standard of implementation, Balinese culture tourism, Bali tourism governance, and the marketing, utilization of agriculture, fishery, and local industrial product, organic farming system, contribution of tourists to the protection of natural environment and culture of Bali, source-based waste management, protection of lakes, spring rivers, and seas. So this all Perda or Pergub local regulation is issued by Governor of Bali. If you want a complete one, you can contact me later because I'm also the tourism expert for Governor of Bali. Why Bali is become the most popular and best tourism destination, and why Balinese always happy and friendly to visitor or to tourists. Number one, it has become a culture that Balinese are very friendly and always respect the guests. Balinese people believe in the law of karma. If you do good, you will have good luck. Balinese also believe in religious teachings. Yeah? In some holy book, yeah, Bhagavad Gita, call it. You can read it. The Balinese also believe and practice the philosophy of Trita Karana, yeah, harmonious relationship with God, human, and nature. The majority of Balinese are not ambitious in pursuing worldly pleasures because they believe that all human will eventually die, and it's very important to do good things while still alive. Balinese people also believe in and carry out religious teachings, namely Trikaya Parisuddha, namely thinking good, saying good, and doing good, and others. The conclusion, to ensure the sustainability of Bali tourism, higher quality and dignified tourism, so need the cooperation and coordination, and also need the government and all stakeholders to be help each other and giving an input each other and helping each other. The government of Bali must save Balinese traditional irrigation organization because there are 10 of hectares of paddy field every year into tourist accommodation and tourism area. We believe that Bali tourism will be sustainable because Bali has strong culture and life principles that are based on the philosophy of Trita Karana, the laws of religious teachings. Yeah. With the many violations by foreign tourists in Bali lately, both regarding custom, Balinese culture, traffic, and existing laws, the government issued the circular for foreign tourists. Yeah, it's a circular letter. Yeah, for foreign tourists. We hope that after this circular letter enacted, it can suppress yeah,
I'm
violation.
sorry, Dr. Gusti, would you please try to round up?
Thank you very much.
Maybe in 30 seconds or so. Thank you so much.
Enough. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Bapak Putu. I was going to ask you in a minute. Just a little comment. Thank you very much, Reza. We do have to watch our times a little bit, if I may just remind everybody of it. And thank you for that very comprehensive presentation. It obviously touched on all the various concepts of sustainability and karma and peace, actually. And that reminded me of the notions of, carrying capacity and limits of acceptable change. And with that, actually, I always say, is it not about caring capacity that we are also looking at, perhaps? Just a thought of mine there. All right, thank you once again very much for that. The second speaker, if I may now ask for Bapak Putu to take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Bridget, for the time. And let me show you our presentations. Ibu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be a part of the speaker in this international symposium. So our presentation today is with the title, Bali, the Journey of the Heart. Next slide. So next. Well, I would like to give you the view of the Bali tourism from time to time. Start from the 20. It is the first arrival of the real tourists on Bali. And after that, on the 60, a low point of the tourism and first 5-star hotel in Bali, which is located in Sanur. And the next phase of Bali tourism development was when the Asian African Conference took place in 1960, where the President Sukarno also invited world leaders to come to Bali. And then in 70s, young EPs were in Bali as a tourist. And this became also very popular for those who coming to Bali and stay in Kuta. In 1980 and 1990, golden age of the Bali tourism. And on that era, is everybody want to work in the tourism industry rather than they work in the government offices. And in 2000s, we have a problem with the bomb blast. Therefore, the Bali was shocked. And after that, in 2010, will be the Bali recovery. Again, in 2020, we also have a problem with the COVID strike. But let's talk about ASITA. What is ASITA? ASITA is the Associations of Indonesian of Tour and Travel Associations of Indonesia. Bali is one of the chapter among the 34 chapter in Indonesia, with the member until now is 440 members, but after COVID, we still have only 250 members. It means half of our members are still closed because of the COVID. In Bali, majority of our members, they are doing inbound, and we are focusing into 11 market division, such as European, Asian, Middle Eastern, etc. And you see, in 2022, Bali was appointed as the best island in the world by the leisure from the United States, because Bali and culture and tradition, religion impact almost every aspect of life on the island and draw people to Bali and to see. And also the most important point is to experience the Bali culture. And you see by numbers, the visit of the tourists to Bali until 2023 now is 1,400,000 something. It means that Bali is not recovery yet comparing to the situation before COVID. Next. What is happening now in Bali? Certainly, due to digitalization, Bali are known by everyone all over the world. And the problem with digitalization is we also are facing a lot. Besides that, we also have a problem with the price war, environment pollution, as what Mr. Guste mentions. And lately, we have a bad tourist behavior. Therefore, the government creating the new regulation in order to implement law enforcement. So I think with those case that we have lately in Bali, we have to discuss more wise in order Bali is become recovery and then to be the best destination in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Putu, for your wonderful insights into the history and the present day aspects of Bali tourism. Just again highlights, historically, Bali has always been attractive to tourists, opening the hearts and the doors to everyone who likes to visit. And that's lovely. And it shall remain like that, hopefully. May I ask the next speaker then, and if I may call out Dr. Eka, please, if you would like to go ahead and share your lovely presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Bridget, for the time. Short time, 5 minutes only, because Dr. Guste already takes.
I'm sorry.
Minutes. Well, now we talk about Bali as the journey of heart. Heart means love, joy, peace, and also enlightenment. So I see, we can see from perspective theoretical and applied science. Our topic about the journey of heart, and then I will describe about the Bali as a destination of peace and how to create Bali as a peace destination. And then I use some theoretical and applied science to describe Bali as how to design Bali as a peace destination. We have some references related to journey of heart from tourism and leisure studies. They're talking about the spiritual tourism, and then other references talking about journey to heart, also from hotel, also from tourist destination, and then some research from talking about from head to heart tourism research journey. And then this is the short video I would like to say.
Happiness is peace. It's not pleasure, right? And everybody thinks happiness is trying to get as much pleasure as you can get. There is nothing more agitating to your mind than extreme pleasure, right? It's like peace.
Well, our question: what is people's final goal to traveling? As the TikTok mentioned, tourist visit destination with a purpose to find happiness. Happiness is peace. So now we're talking about Bali as a journey of heart, how to create Bali as a peace destination.
Happiness is peace. It's not pleasure.
Well, this is the data. Why do people travel to Bali? Some data show that people come to Bali because of the culture, environment, food, culinary, and creative industry. And then I will go to another slide. This is the model, how to create Bali in the future from perspective of quality tourism and quantity tourism, and also from perspective of planning and marketing, and also for the applied of the theoretical and applied science, how to create Bali in the future to be a wellness tourism destination, experiential tourism destination, green and sustainable destination, food culinary tourism destination, and also as a peace destination with the quantum tourism approach or perspective. And Pak Gusde already mentioned about Trihita Karana and also about the 6 pillar of Bali government program. So I will mention about this topic again. Well, as we know of the Global Happiness Index, the data shown about the world top 20 happy countries. But how about the island? Bali have award as a happiest destination in the world. So if we talk about the islands, Bali, one of the happiest destination in the world. We use the perspective of the theoretical and others references. And now we use a heart vibration scale. Where is the position of peace? As we know from this scale, peace have 600 hertz of the frequency. It means that peace above than love, above than joy. So peace is our concern, how to create Bali as a destination. And then also enlightenment. Here we try to implement Hertz vibration scale to our condition in Bali, and why we develop our destination to be a peace destination. And this is the level of peace destination. The destination for peace is higher than love and joy. It is mean that the peaceful destination can be created and realized after the feeling of love and joy. This is the position of the peace on the Hertz vibration scale. And then this is the theoretical approach from the Einstein's theory. So I think we have talked more about this in another time. Yeah, making impossible to possible. And then this is the Einstein note that God does not play this with the universe. It means that from this theory, Einstein mentioned that usually Einstein use physics as a certainty science, but when we talk about quantum tourism, we talk about uncertainty science, the invisible quantum physics. This is the model of the tourism system. I think it's the old system with the development, as Lipper said in 1979. And I try to develop a new quantum tourism system from Bali study case. Here I use the tourism system of Liver, and I implement some theories and applied research approach and figure out to quantum tourism system study case Bali for peace destination. This is the model of Liver. Tourist generating countries to tourist destination or receiving countries, and then the tourists have their self-awareness to go to destination, and then when they come to the destination, they will feel that Bali has a magical of Bali, or we call it as a tax to Bali. And then from this side, the tourists or people who come to Bali, we try, or we make sure that the people who come to Bali feel love, joy, peace, and enlightenment. From perspective Einstein, Lipper, Karatsias, Hertz, and also my research. And also, this is the Einstein quote, spooky action at a distance. This is the popular Einstein quote from physics quantum. I think that is the last our presentation about the quantum tourism, and this is the model I found out from the case of Bali as a peace destination with the approach of the Hertz theory, Lipper theory, and also Karatsias and Einstein theory. I think that's all. And then for the last, for our discussion, journey to Bali as a peace destination can start from heart, our love and joy. And then for the second, quantum tourism, it could be as a media to develop Bali as a peace destination to enlightenment. I think that's all. Dr. Bridget, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ecker, for this presentation. And peace is very close to my heart, if I may say, judging by possibly also my book that I published, The Way of the Peaceful Traveller, Dare to Care and Connect. I couldn't agree more. Why do people travel to Bali? Seeking inner peace and outer peace. And you mentioned the word love. So many people say, I love to travel. And yes, I love Bali. But are we loving Bali to death? The big question that we obviously are addressing today. Thank you so much for that lovely presentation. May I ask the next speaker, please, Ibu Ratna, to share the beautiful insights of yours. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bridget. Yeah, I will share my screen. 1 second. All right, since everybody talking about the tourism and what is coming up next, but I would like just to share about the regenerate tourism. We all agree that people has traveled across the globe, and some of them is not really only taking care of the good things, but also leave the bad things, right? So we don't want that to happen. So when you're talking about the preserving an environment, some of us will remember sustainable travel or eco-travel, but actually these two concepts are not enough to answer the anxiety. The reason is because two terms have the goal of preserving the environment, but do not include ways of solution and repair what has been damaged. Because of that, we need new concept that can be only provide the alternative in minimizing environmentally damage, but also how to fix it. The tourism concept, the most appropriate concept to be used in the time, is because the regenerative travel is a tourism concept that aims not only to protect the natural resources, but also to participate in the renewing nature so that it can be regenerated damaged resources. When damage of the resources occur, we must be responsible for it. Although the government take part to fix the damage, but still, we are the tourism practitioners also take a charge. I just would like to share the example of what happened in a fire in the mountains. This happened a long time ago. Just because Bali is one of the wedding destinations and people like to take a pre-wedding photos or videos. They're using one of our mountains, and it was a dry season and very dry. The grass are really, really brown and dry. So one of the visitors just threw the cigarette butts, on the grass. And as soon as it happened, and of course the fire began, So this is the damage that already produced by the visitors, which we don't want that to happen again. So we try very much to educate them that this is also dangerous, so not to take care of the nature. Okay, the various forms of the regenerative tourism, which are suitable, is the principles are the same, which is including the tourists also have the regenerative sense that needs to manage properly. And can be act as they are as a house, a sense of belonging as it is, as if that they are in their own country, although they are guests in our country. The togetherness also with the local society, quality, openness, and also implementing the system that oriented towards a continuous flow of improvement. Fix what needs to be fixed, well, including the environmentally needed. So we need to have the principles of sustainability and regenerative tourism taken place to be implemented. Making rules for foreign tourists is important indeed. And it will be much more important if implemented or cultivated with all the people together with wisdom, immigrants, and even the host community, even for us in Bali. We need to have, Perhaps it should be noted that traveling an event is preserving the environment. Literally, the condition of the earth getting sadder, investigate the calibration. It turns out that traveling activities also contribute damage to the earth, especially in terms of amount of waste. Not to mention about finding the plastic bottles when you're climbing the mountains. I remember when I was young, I climbed the Mount Agung and I collect so many plastic bottles, you know. I hope it's not really happening now, but it was a long time ago. And so can you imagine that not all the tourists or even the local tourists, you know, try to adapt. So if we can ask our guests how they keep traveling without having to increase the amount of waste. Food waste, for example, when it goes to the landfills, you know, will cause the increase of the methane gas, whereby it's more dangerous for the human being. Methane gas is very dangerous, you know, once the food waste is collecting even from the hotels or even from other area. And if they are not rescued, and then it's just go to the landfills, you know, which is not really good for us. And let's be a smart traveler. Bali, the journey of the heart. We need to keep our environment preserved. Clean beaches, of course, pristine waters. This is good for divers and also for snorkeling, you know, activities, you know, free from debris, embrace the culture, and let's save our Bali beautiful and serene. As Dr. Eka said, that, you know, culture is more than 90%. We're visiting Bali, you know, Bali is, you know, is beautiful, you know. I've been, just to share you a bit, I was in Mexico last month, and I introduced myself. I'm Ratna from Bali. They just remember Bali. They don't remember my name. Said, hi, Bali, hi, Bali. You know, whenever I go for dinner or for lunch or for coffee breaks, they always regard me as Bali, not Ratna, you know. But anyway, yeah, lovely to share with you. And thank you very much, and hope that we have to more educate tourists that preserve Bali as a beautiful destination as it is. Thank you, Dr. Bridget.
Another very passionate presentation, always a joy to listen to. Thank you very much. And yes, regenerative tourism, how can we not raise that particular topic? It is obviously all about a mindset shift, is it not, generally speaking? And I just like to always say when people ask me what regenerative tourism is all about, and I like to refer to Professor Susanna Becken's quote, it's about giving back. And yes, perhaps that's what we have not really realized in our individualistic society. So thank you very much for that lovely presentation. We are coming to the conclusion of the Balinese segment, if I may call it that. And may I now draw on call in Dr. Talib Rifai, if you don't mind to share your thoughts at this point in time. Thank you, Talib.
Thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you. I hope my voice is clear and heard. Is it?
It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. I just want to say hello from Amman, Jordan. I'm speaking to you from Jordan. And I was in Bali a few years ago. I visited Indonesia several times. I visited Bali only 2 times. Every time I visited, I feel all what's being said to be true. But what interests me most is the guidelines of the governor of Bali with regard to what to do and what not to do. Well, I think it's very, very appropriate because tourists and visitors that come to a place, they must respect that place. They must have certain values to respect the people. They are to change, not the people. People don't have to change to please tourists. It's the tourists to change to please the local community, to learn from them. That's important to know because otherwise we will never learn from each other. Tourism is a very important element in peace building because we learn from each other. We rub shoulders with each other. You can never ever have a feeling of resentment or stereotype any population that you had dinner with and you had listened to their stories and to their needs. So peace is very important here. And I want to also say something about the environment because we heard so much from Mrs. Bali, I may call you so. Okay, about the environment. A few speakers spoke about that. Now, sustainability is not just about the environment. Sustainability is social, economic, and political sustainability. Sustainability is much more than just the environment, as important as that is, because the environment is very important. But it's not all about the environment. It's about how much does the community share of the benefits of tourism. how much does the community benefit from that? That's economic sustainability. Social sustainability is to preserve the culture of that place, to preserve the relationship between people and each other. And that we talked about in a minute. So I want to just say that it's important that we keep in mind that the governor's outline is very, very important. I wish more people around the world would adopt that. Bali is an example. Bali is a journey for the heart, without doubt. I've been to Bali and I know what the Hindu culture is all about. And the population there are very, very, very kind population. I went to the mountains as well, not just to the beaches. In the mountains, there was beautiful sceneries and beautiful environment. Just want to say that. Thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure. So thank you very much for sharing those thoughts, which align very much with the previous presentations, and no doubt also with the ones following. I think, what stands out is, always a conflict perhaps between human-centric approach to tourism and travel and the ecological one, which we are obviously battling with as far as climate change is concerned. And I know that Professor Lippman will address that, and possibly Noel, you too. So thank you very much again for that presentation. The next speaker as such would be Mr. Peter Simon, the president of PATA. Now, Reza, I'm not sure, is he available, or would you need to play the video that he sent us in?
Maybe we can wait. He's in the tour in the mountains in Nepal, so his connection is not good, but okay, you're going to play, okay.
Well, I don't, but if you can, please.
He sent us a video, but in the case that is not here. Okay.
Om Swastiastu. Greetings from Pokhara, Nepal, where I'm attending the PATA Annual Summit and Adventure Mart. We just finished the event. It was fantastic, and we're about to go on tour. So if I don't participate in the Zoom call today, I do apologize. And I want to congratulate Reza and, of course, all of my friends from Bali and Dr. Talib and all the people that are joining today. Of course, Bali is a phenomenal destination. I know it well. My family lives there. My wife is Balinese, and it's a wonderful destination. There's a lot of challenges that Bali has right now in terms of dealing with the carrying capacity. And there's been discussions by the governor to even limit the number of people that can come. One of the ideas that I have is, if we're trying to make sure that tourists behave well, perhaps there should be some sort of a code of conduct that people sign when they arrive on the island, some sort of a pledge or a commitment. So, I think that would be a better way of going about it than what Governor Kloster is saying, to limit the number, because it's very difficult to limit access to a place. Bhutan can do that, but that's a very different destination. So that would be my suggestion. So again, my deepest apologies for not being able to spend more time with you. I do hope that you have wonderful discussions, and I thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks for playing that, Reza. I think what came clear out of that particular presentation by Peter, interesting enough, is the mention of pledges, which have actually been around for some time and applied in various destinations. And of course, there is the pledge for the Peaceful Traveller by the International Institute for Peaceful Tourism, which all alludes to what we're talking about today. So we should not forget that either. Various concepts possibly to be applied when we're talking about how to deal with tourism management. Okay, after that presentation via video, Noel Scott, Professor Noel Scott from the Tourism Management Sustainable Research Centre in Australia. Welcome, Noel. The stage is all yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Birgit. Can you hear me? Great. Well, look, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk today, especially amongst the luminaries, the people who I've been speaking previously, both from Indonesia, but also from globally. And so Talib, it's wonderful for your comments, and Peter, Peter's comments, and Jeff's going to talk again. So well done. I want to make a few points, I suppose. One is we seem to be talking about quite a complex problem. It seems to be a problem that fits into a number of different boxes. And people perhaps might have talked about some of the characteristics of the problem or some issues, but there's a number of those things that have been identified. For example, we've talked about land use problems with irrigation and the sale of land for tourism development. We've talked about some issues of the behavior of tourists and their lack of respect for the religious principles in Bali. We've also spoken about some other issues which are more about the future. That is, perhaps in a marketing sense, we might be talking about these as the type of customers we want or what we want to offer customers in future: peace, love, and joy. So it's a complex problem, as all most tourism problems are. I'd like to think about two things about that problem. One is who's dealing with it, who's making the decisions, and then also how are they being communicated to people, okay? So clearly there are a number of stakeholders involved in this problem. There's the community, the industry, the government, academics, and so on. And there will be a variety of different opinions about how to deal with land use problems, how to deal with visitor transgression of rules, and also what position we should have in future. Now, I'm not sure exactly how those decisions are being made. This might be called a destination planning, destination visioning exercise, where all stakeholders agree on a future position. So we're seeing elements of that, certainly the communities involved in this problem, but I'm not sure how they are represented in the tourism planning decisions. And also, I'm not sure exactly how the government and the industry are communicating together. I'm sure it's very efficient, but so the governance structure, who's making decisions, how the various stakeholders' positions are being taken into account, and how decisions about the future of tourism in Bali is being done. It's a little bit uncertain to me. The second issue, of course, is communication of decisions. So in Australia, we do see messages in the newspapers and other ways of communication, public communication, and they're generally very negative about the rules and things that are being presented or coming from Bali. It's not that the rules are necessarily bad. I agree. I think that any culture and any place has the opportunity, should be implementing its policies and values and religious values and so on. The issue is how you communicate it to people. That's a second issue. And I don't see, it would appear to me that there are there are some techniques and things that could be used to better communicate these decisions. So I would suggest that there's a bit more of a structured process by which these important destination decisions are made, both about current problems of transgressions, involving local people in decisions, land use planning, and then moving on to communication to the world and positioning for the future. Very complex, but that requires quite a structure of governance within the destination, which I think it could be improved, as it could be in any destination. So I suppose those are my comments, Birgit. I agree that there's the problem. I agree that there is a need for respect of religious principles and including the population beliefs in the tourism area. It's just, how do you do it? How do you organize it? How do you actually do stuff in an efficient way? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Noel, for your, again, very insightful comments. And what was really appreciated there is the fact that you raise the complexity that tourism is. And I always make the point too that actually tourism is a microcosm of society, so it exists within all of that, and you know, we kind of forget that. And communication is a major component of any kind of relationship, whether that is within tourism or in politics or any other context. So yes, the notion of communication, I think, would be something highly that needs to be addressed, and how we go about that, particularly given the multiplicity of the stakeholders involved. So thank you very much for that. That leads actually quite nicely into the next presentation, which is Jürgen Steinmetz. If you'd like to take the floor and give us your insights and considerations. Thank you very much for that, Jürgen.
Thank you, Birgit. And I have to say, I'm delighted to be here today out of many reasons. One, the most important reason for me is, as chairman of the World Tourism Network, I want to welcome and urge every one of you to attend our event in Bali. We have our first global summit, what will be taking place September 29th to October 1st. In Bali, and you find the information at time2023.com. So please join us. It's going to be interesting. We're going to cover a lot of subjects, and I'm personally so delighted to have this event in Bali, because literally my current part of my life and career started in Bali. eTurbo News started in Bali, and we started in Bali in 2001. When we were appointed by Pa Adhika, the minister at this time for tourism, to help with awareness in the United States, and with situations like some terror activities and other activities in Indonesia. We were trying to communicate, and we're getting here into the communication, a message to the travel industry in the United States about the geographics of Indonesia, how to really put this all in perspective, if travel advisories are really justified. So this was our really first task, and I agree, this hasn't changed. Communication is top important. Also communication between the stakeholders, what Dr. Noel said. We had this challenge back in 2000 when we were actually saw that the private sector really at that point didn't trust the government, and the government didn't trust the private sector. So we actually tried to work with ASITA and all these organizations, and started an organization, what is the International Coalition of Tourism Partners. And many years forward now, eTurbo News as a global publication, we always have our roots in Bali, and we don't forget this. And the International Coalition of Tourism Partners, through the detour of the Indonesian Coalition of Tourism Partners, went into the International Coalition of Tourism Partners with our President Jeffrey Lipman, who will speak after me, and is now part of the World Tourism Network, the same organization we're bringing now to Bali. But look, when we're talking about sustainability, Bali is always and always has been a very special place. It's called the Island of the God because it's so special. Cultural understanding is important for any destination, and always was important for Bali. But then you have other forces. I remember the time when the Hard Rock Hotel opened, Bali turned into a party city, and people are not or didn't come to Bali, to Kuta specifically, to explore the culture. They don't care, really didn't care about the culture. They cared about partying and having a good time. And where I live right now in Hawaii, we have the same issue. People going to Waikiki really don't care about the Hawaiian culture. Those that are going and explore other parts of Hawaii, those that wanted to explore other parts of Bali, these are the people that are conscious of everything we have discussed. And I think it's important to find this balance and possibly even divide this type of audience. We mentioned enforcement of laws and regulations. That is good. A tourism police is good. And, you know, my organization, we have trained a lot of tourism police in various countries around the world. And tourism police is really not a police that goes in there and arrests people. It's a police with friendly people that can adjust to cultures. There is the culture of those people that visit a destination, and then there is a culture of people that reside in a destination. And this culture many times in a destination where people reside is in a tourist destination like Bali is divided. You have areas like Kuta and Sanur. There are tourists, sophisticated tourist destinations. Culture is not on the foreground, maybe as much as it maybe still be in Ubud or in other parts of Bali. So all of this has to be put in perspective. And I fully agree, the focus should be not on over-tourism, but unfortunately, I don't think we can stop it. In Hawaii, we tried now to charge enormous fees for tourists to visit certain sites. So this is a discouragement. Perhaps that is an alternative. But education, of course, is something what a tourism board should always put on the forefront. Why not talk to airlines and have them show a short film about the culture, about what this destination is about before they land? And I know you cannot force airlines to do this, but I'm sure airlines would cooperate, and specifically the national carrier, Garuda, would do this. Well, these are just some thoughts, and I'm very happy to be here today. As I said, I'm just arrived in Mumbai in India, and I'm looking really forward to exploring Bali again. I went through all the different stages in Bali, including what was mentioned, the bomb attacks and everything else. And I feel for me, it's like almost like a second home, and I'm really ready to return. And anything we can do from communication, you got us. We're here. Thank you very much, Birgit.
A pleasure, Jürgen. Obviously, you're an expert in communication as far as the whole tourism industry is concerned, with your particular platform as well. Beautifully linked into what Noel just alluded to, the importance of education as well, which is actually communication is entrenched in education. And because of multiple stakeholders there and the culture that we live in, you know, we live in a culture of entitlement. And unfortunately, as much as we, you know, do speak about the niche tourism markets or the special interest tourism market, cultural tourism, peace tourism, all of that, we are faced with mass tourism, with a lot of behavior that is actually entrenched in society per se. And, you know, it doesn't stop at home, it gets carried into tourist destinations. And that is obviously the challenge we are facing. So thank you for that. Right.
Before you get to the next thing, I forgot one important part.
Yes, please.
You mentioned it. It's niche tourism. Our organization, the World Tourism Network, is all about SMEs and small and medium-sized companies in the travel and tourism business. And I couldn't think about a better place than Bali, where there are opportunities, especially for small niche markets to explore. And these are the people we really want in a destination. These are people who are ready to explore different things. And that's why I'm really so excited we're bringing SMEs to Bali and communicate with SMEs in Bali to explore this niche market. Sorry about this, Birgit.
No, you're perfectly right with that one, if I may exactly extend on that, because it is the destinations that offer the whole complexity of who they are, what is their essence. That is actually what attracts the tourists by concept in the first place. And that is what we're trying to maximize. And all the presentation have obviously, spoken about that. So the niche tourism aspect that you say with WTN is very appropriate. I couldn't agree more with that. And yes, I'm looking forward to experiencing niche tourism and, peace, particularly Bali when I come at the end of September for the conference. So thank you. All right, last speaker.
Brigitte, sorry, I really need to go because I'm in a conference at the moment. Thank you so much.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and we'll talk next time, hopefully sometime. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yes, I saw Jeffrey just get up, but he's back again because the stage is all yours, Jeffrey, because you have so much to share. As I said, Professor Jeffrey Lippman will be the last speaker, and I'm really excited about what you're going to present and talk about. Your critical perspectives are always welcome, and particularly giving the latest research, I'm sure you will be drawing on in your presentation. So the floor is all yours, Jeffrey. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Brigitte. I probably can't live up to that introduction, and I actually got up to let my cat in through the window, and it will probably walk across the screen as I'm talking now. And before I say anything, it's just a pleasure to see my friend Taleb here, and to see you looking so well, Taleb. And hopefully we will see each other before one of us goes to meet the great tourism leader in the sky. And also Jürgen, always. We've done so many things together over the years, and to listen to your really focused thoughts, which fit so well with Noel's thoughts. And just one overview point. I want to make 5 points today, and that's 1 minute for each point, Brigitte. I know that. But just one overview point. When you have a seminar like this, and we all do so many of them, we tend to generalize because you have to, but one of the points I think Noel made, this is a very complicated issue. And all we can do at this moment is touch on it. So when we get complicated charts and detailed information in 5 seconds, we don't catch it. And that's why I want to make a shout out for the seminar that Thomas talked about at the end of September, the time event, where there will be a real opportunity to explore these issues in much greater detail. So with that, 5 points, and you wouldn't be surprised if I don't start by saying the climate crisis, which nobody has really touched on today, is far and away the biggest challenge facing our entire world, including Bali, including Indonesia. And maybe particularly because some of the consequences, which is, in simple terms, extreme weather events, these are going to change everything that we have known in the past. And it's not just a change to regenerative tourism or pro tourism, it's a change to human life on the planet. And this is what the scientists are telling us. And there are no good signs out there, nothing. The best we can do, because there's a blanket around the earth and it takes 100 years to get rid of, and we've put it there. And it's producing forest fires, it's producing floods, it's producing, and the worst that have ever been seen, the worst weather events that have ever been seen. And we can't take it off the top of our agenda. And at Sunex Malta, the small NGO that I'm running, we never will, because it's our raison d'etre and it's for our kids. If we care about our kids, we have to change the way we're doing stuff completely. Second point, small islands are in the firing line. Probably the least responsible, but the most exposed and the last in the line to get any help. And Bali is an important player in this respect because it's a global tourism icon. And I'm not speaking just for Sunex here, but you referenced it, Birgit. In 2014, I co-led with Terry DeLacy from Victoria University a major study of a green growth strategy for Bali, which was commissioned, Thomas, by our friend Gerd Adika, the late Gerd Adika, and which had even Stevie Noakes as part of the team. So there's a lot of this. And, you know, it's a 200-page study, and it took 6 months to produce, and it was never, ever implemented because the government changed. And this came out of the previous government. So what I wanted to do, and I don't know if I can do this, I'm not so clever with my screen here. I have a screen share that I can show you, if I can share my screen for 1 minute. And because it's, if I can do it, it's neat. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, this, what I'm showing you here is what I'm not showing you here is the final conclusions of this study, which we actually put into not a traditional organization chart, but a Balinese temple. And there are dozens of unviewed recommendations on reducing greenhouse gas, upgrading infrastructure, capacity management. It's all sitting there. And this is that goes to the point that you were making, Birgit. It's built on the local community, on Tri Hita Karana sustainable development. We researched that. We had focus groups with local residents and visitors. We had 8 focus groups, which we organized with the university in Bali. So it's there, and I'm going to repeat this point, but at the end of my comments, we will focus a day on this during the Time Conference, a plan B for Bali tourism, which actually starts now, as it was not then, by putting climate into the agenda. So I now want to make my third point. Tourism is an important part of the climate equation. 8 to 10% of emissions, and totally built on predictable benign weather, which is no longer the case. We have the
yang komplain kenapa saya visi saya Pak 5 hari, tapi saya 2 harinya dipotong.
Somebody should mute their microphone.
Excuse me, mute yourself. Okay, I did mute him. Okay, go ahead, please.
Sorry, Reza. Let me go back to that point. We have the Glasgow framework, and everybody's talking about it. There's a kind of establishment support around this initiative. It's not enough. It's just a starting point. We have to go further, and we have to go faster. The Glasgow Declaration talks about net zero 2050 and halving by 2030. And it leaves out the most important recommendation of the IPCC, which was to peak emissions by 2025. We have to peak emissions by 2025. And that's left out because that's the tough thing. That's the hardest thing of all. But we're not talking about starting a new product or building a new tourism resort. We're talking about the future of humanity. Existential means exactly that. The fourth point, at Sunex Malta, we stand for education and action, and we're trying to put our money where our mouth is. We've started a postgraduate diploma in climate-friendly travel. We have nearly 100 graduate students this year, and we are putting them in charge of national chapters around the world, and we will be putting one in Bali. And we are starting a new climate-friendly travel club, which will reach out to travelers themselves with what we think is an innovative, cost-saving way to compensate for their travel carbon. Why? Because offsets, which is what the whole industry is relying on, keep polluting and pay somebody somewhere to make you feel better. No, we say you can compensate for your travel carbon with a benefits club. And we know we have over 200 hotels on our registry who are ready to give benefits to travelers. And there will be no cost involved to travelers for this. They won't have to click a button on a website alongside another button that says, if you want an extra piece of baggage, click here. If you want to reduce your carbon, click here. If you want to sit next to the person who you're traveling with, click here and pay, pay, pay. We think there's a better way and a better way for travelers. And my final point, I repeat, we look forward to exploring these climate issues in a one-day session at the Time Conference later in the year, where we will explore a plan B for the climate-friendly travel future of Bali. And we hope to do this with many of you who are here on this call. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Again, yes, I alluded to that. Very critical and very broad perspective, which we need to always consider. That brought back to me the ideas of the key words that I always ask. Why are we doing things? How are we doing things? What are we doing? Who's doing what? Where are we doing it? And importantly also, when are we doing something? When are we looking at it? So thank you very much for that concluding presentation there. I think we have finished with all the speakers for the time being. And I just want to touch base again with Eka and Riza, how we would like to proceed, because we have now a bit of time for Q&A, I think. Is that right, Riza?
Yes, yes, of course we have. What I'm sharing, I think you can see it, is our webinar on the 8th of June next week, bad tourist behavior. So I think that's really related to Bali tourism as well. So you can find more information next week, tomorrow on our website.
Eka, do you want to say something at this point in time? I know you're going to do the concluding points right at the end. Perhaps someone from the speakers would like to add something, or we have someone who is listening live who would like to tune in and pose some questions. Perhaps, Riza, you can see waving hands somewhere. A green hand somewhere.
Birgit, is Gusti?
Yes, Gusti.
Yeah, Birgit, thank you very much, and all the speakers. It's very valuable to me to join this international symposium. Yeah, Dr. Reza also, Dr. Eka, and all speakers. So very great time to be here with you all, and thank you for all of the input for tourism of Bali on behalf of government as well, because I am also now the expert team of tourism expert team of Governor of Bali. So once again, thank you very much, and see you again on the 8th. It's very interesting, Dr. Reza, the title. For sure, I will come.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
looking forward to that.
Well, Brigitte, can I say something?
Please go ahead, of course.
Yes. Well, I myself would like to thank you very much for being here with you all. On behalf of the chairman of the Asita Bali, I would like to inform you as well that we Asita Bali going to have a big international tourism event that take place in Bali from 14th to 17th of June this year. That will be the 9th event. It's called Bali and Beyond Travel Fair, or BBTF. So you may check on our website www.bbtf.co.id. So this year event, they're going to be around 350 buyers from the 51 countries join to our event for both online and offline. And there will be about 230 exhibitors from 11 provinces of Indonesia, as well as we have exhibitors from other countries, such as from Italy, from China, from Malaysia, as well as from United States. So hopefully for next year event, all of you able to join with BBTN. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'm sure, Jürgen, that will be something that you can advertise on WTN. I'm not sure whether you're in contact with that. Sounds like something to do. Right. Anybody else from the panel here? Otherwise...
Yes. Good morning again, Birgitta. And I would like to thank you for your moderation and Mr. Sultani for organizing this great webinar. And I want to thank all the responsible persons from Bali Tourism Promotion Board. It was really informative. I only have suggestions. What Mr. Jürgen said is absolutely right. Bali is a luxury product. It's a niche market. We here in Saudi Arabia, you know, we had a VIP travel club, and our King Salman visited Bali during the visit to Malaysia and Indonesia. And a lot of people are, you know, excited to visit Bali, but actually there is not enough information with the travel agent in Saudi Arabia. And I have a suggestion. Usually during Hajj flight, a lot of pilgrims, they come the biggest from Indonesia, about 240,000. The flight go empty. Then this could be packaged with Bali and other destinations in Indonesia. And I think there will be a very big market. But what I suggest here, perhaps with Mr. Jürgen, he invited me to come to the event in September. As I said, we are organizing the Islamic tourism event in KL from 13 to 15. So perhaps this would be a good event to participate. But even when I heard now there is a travel fair on the 16th of June, I think we can organize a webinar with our local travel agent, and then they would like to see destination marketing or inbound operator and their packages, and that could be promoted via webinar. Later on, we can to do some workshop and roadshow throughout Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for a great presentation. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Saeed, for your comments there. And I couldn't agree more. Again, actually, Bali and Indonesia is a beautiful country for everybody to come. I know I was there about 4 years ago meeting my Emirati family. They came from Dubai, I came from Australia, and we met in Bali in Jakarta, and we had a wonderful time. So the promotion of that particular connection and acceptance of culture from that perspective. Culture is multi-diverse. We won't go into that today, but I think it's an important one. It is an attraction that actually Bali and Indonesia has per se. So thank you very much for that, Saeed. Anybody else for any comments, please? We still have some time, do we not?
Yes, I raise my hand. I'm from Serbia. Good morning from Belgrade. My name is, you can see, Snežana Štetić, and thank you for all informations you share with us and excellent presentations. And there are many issues which we can discuss also in September when we have our conference organized by World Tourism Network. We in World Tourism Network know that, as Jürgen said, the niche tourism is very important. Special forms of tourism we know are very important for the future of tourism. But what I would like to stress is education, because many of you said about something about education, about tourism behave badly, which we know, and we think in WTN that we have to discuss about education. We have a separate we are thinking about it to educate everybody in tourism, to educate tourism organizations, tourism network completely, to educate tourists as well, because tourists are traveling to different countries not knowing, as you said before, anything about the culture, anything about the people. And actually they don't behave according to the culture of the destination they are going to. And because of that, it is very important. For example, here in Belgrade, I always teach my students that first of all, they have to see the culture, to read about the culture of the people and the history of the people of the and history of the country they're traveling to. So these are just a few issues I would like to say, and hope that you're coming in September to our conference of World Travel Tourism Network in Bali, and then that we can discuss about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. And may I also call you Snow White? I think that's how you're going to refer to you. Yes. I know you from those webinars as well. Education, I think, is a big one, and I think you make the point that we need to educate certainly the tourists, and that's a challenge because we're dealing with a mindset and also something called touristhood, which Jafar Jafari referred to way back, so more than 30 years ago, and that is very entrenched now in our culture. We're living in very entitlement culture, so that is actually where the challenge is. But also the tourism industry needs to be educated, including the ones that are actually selling travel and tourism. When I get exposed to travel agents and so forth, and I possibly I want to have discussions about what we discussed today, I get blank faces. And the focus is always, how do we make money out of it? And I think there is a need for education about all of that. So that's just my personal perspective and my experience, because having worked in industry, but also education, academia, and so forth, a big agenda, and I look forward to that particular day when I'm also there in September. Again, anybody else would like to comment?
Yes, I see two more hands. Ms. Kholoud, please.
Yes. Kholoud?
Hello, welcome. I'm Kholoud from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. My voice is clear?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, so I totally agree with Miss if I couldn't hear her name, one was speaking right before me, that we should really educate everybody who will visit everywhere about like, it's not studying the culture where they're visiting, but just have headlines about it, you know? What's good to do, what's not good. That's the first thing. And the second thing, I agree with Mr. I think Mohammed from Saudi Arabia, that like, if we don't have time to manage visiting in the next 2 weeks, so I agree if you can make something for us, like in the online or something like this webinar. It's so nice, and it connects us from all around the world, and it's easier for us to be with you guys.
Thank you.
Kholoud, just to correct, my name is not Muhammad. RHH or Raed Habis. And you are in my group, Best Tour Guides.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know
Good
you.
to
I
see
know
you.
you, Mr. Habis. Yeah. Yeah, nice
Mr.
to meet you.
Habis.
So I really agree with him that we really need these webinars to connect between the world. And really, Bali is a very nice destination. I visited twice, once in 2010 and once in 2015. So I saw a very nice improvement between these years, and I'm really sure that if I visit for the third time, I will see much more and nicer improvements. Thank you so much, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. I see one more hand, Sant Emmanuel Maurice, el favor. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody from here. I live in Bali. My name is Emmanuel Morrissey. Appreciate everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you, Ms. Bridget, for the opportunity given to me. I'm from Africa. I live here in Bali. So we've been talking about tourism and all of that, which is a very, very important thing to discuss. And so many points have been said, which I appreciate everybody that made a very beautiful contribution and input about tourism. We know that tourism brings development and all of that to the society at large. So I think my input, I think the government of Bali should look into some things. They should take some things into cognizance, which I'll be talking about the safety of the tourists. So that anybody that is coming into a particular place, their safety should be ensured. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Like where some of the places you visit here in Bali, the roads are so bad. So I don't know if the government can come in to take some actions about the road to some of these places of attraction. Like if you've been visiting some of the islands outside Bali, outside the city of Bali, like the Nusa Penida and other places, their roads are so tiny, the roads are so bad that we have so many times you experience casualties on the road. So I'm just suggesting that if the government can come in, the tourism is bringing development and money or something is coming out of it. So if the government can come in to take care or consider making this road accessible, so that when the tourists are coming, their safety will be ensured and they will go back with a testimony to come back again for the second time. You know what I'm saying? So, and then they see ports too. Sometimes you hear of casualties or you see videos of casualties of people traveling to an island using a smaller boat and their boat is capsizing and all of that, thinking just in the middle of the sea. There are so many casualties like that. So I'm just suggesting, there are people who should check the wave when the wave or the tide is very high, and then they don't have to go through the sea. So if the wave is so high, they can stay back, because I know they use little boats to cross the sea to another island, so which is causing so many casualties. So if the government, I'm just suggesting, if the government can make provisions for a bigger ship, or they should consider when the wave is very okay for people to go through the sea, wherever they are going to, so that we can ensure the safety of tourism or tourists that are coming into Bali. We have to ensure their safety 100%. So that when they go back, they will tell others that Bali is a nice place, which we all know. I live in Bali. Bali is a very nice place. But we have to consider the safety of the tourists that are coming in. And somebody said something that you don't have to limit people that are coming in. That's a very good point. Anybody that wants to come into Bali should come, as long as they are eligible to come in. They have all the documents, all the requirements, and all of that to come in from immigration. As long as they are very clear, they should come in. And then the codes of conduct should be undertaken at the point of entry, where whoever is coming in there are things we should let this person understand that, okay, these are the things you should know about where you're coming to, which is Bali, you're visiting the Bali, the culture, and all of that. So these things should be taken into cognizance. Just like I said, safety is very, very important. Not just coming in and you're going back wounded. So many casualties. Some people are losing their lives in the sea and stuff like that. So I think safety, if we are considering peace in the land, I think we should consider safety as well. And there are...
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I have to stop you if you don't mind. So, yes, okay. Because we are really running out of the time. Thank you so much. The next, maybe Miss Wendy Yang, please. And maybe the last one, yeah.
Om Swastiastu. This is Wendy. I'm talking now from Taipei, Taiwan. I would like to inform all of you that SCO International Asia, we are having the annual Congress right now in Bali, and then holding in the Melusaka in Nusa Dua. And we have the leaders from the global tourism industry. I would like to comment to today's is a compliment to all of your performance, especially our I was a moderator, Birgit, very good. And all these speakers, we have really focused on the problem and also to the future. And as tomorrow will be the General Assembly of our SCO Asia Congress. So I think maybe some of you, I know Stegen Jorgen is our colleague. I hope you can also join, maybe online as well. This is, I think, very important organization in the tourism industry. So I hope that you will make very good use of it. And then surely we have a lot of travel agents, very powerful tour operator, will bring in many, many positive tourists into Bali. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. SCO, International Organization of Friendship, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
I just want to add, just thank our colleagues from Singapore Tourism Board that are here, and the Dubai Tourism Department, also from the Ministry of Tourism, that are here. Thank you so much. And the colleagues here, thank you. Yes, Bridget, please.
I think, as you just mentioned before, we are running out of time, and we might have to call in Dr. Ecker, please, again, to conclude the session for today, and perhaps run another one another time. Over to you, Ecker.
Thank you, Dr. Bridget, as a moderator for this symposium on 2nd of June. And now I would like to conclude of our symposium. I think our note here about the 20. But I'm sure that Dr. Gusde and Mr. Putu already take note for all of the input and ideas from participants and speakers. And as we know, Pak Gusde as an expert of tourism for Bali Governor, and Pak Putu as the chairman of ASITA, and already mentioned about the event in Bali, Bali and Beyond Travel Fair. And I just mentioned the keyword of our symposium today, Bali as a tourist destination on our development concern on Bali as a brand of Bali tourism. Bali as a brand, the name of Bali. And then in every development of Bali is a culture base. And next, sustainable tourism destination, we talk about the issues on carrying capacity, land use problem, the behavior tourist lack of the Balinese culture, transportation model not support yet to all tourists, and about the land use planning. And then next, improve type of tourism activities and attraction as alternative tourism for Bali, culinary tourism, regenerative tourism, quantum tourism, wellness tourism, green tourism. And then crave partnership and network, not focused to over tourism, but we are focused to quality tourism with all stakeholders support. And 6, we take note for law enforcement to maintain Bali as a favorite destination and peace destination, minimize bad tourist behavior. And 7, SMAs for small niche market. It is a big opportunities for Bali to maintain our economic in Bali. And number 8, as a small island with a green growth 2050 as Bali roadmap of tourism, still based on Trihita Karana concept. And 9, Bali is open for international market with the uniqueness and attraction, with the international standard of services, and then we implement all of them with the excellent services to tourism industries who come to Bali. And then 10, Mr. Lippman mentioned about a plan B for the climate change in Bali. And then 11, from Dubai, we take note that we need a promotion connection between Bali and Dubai. And last, tourism education, to educate everybody in tourism sector. I think there are a lot of the input and ideas which already shared at the chat room. And I think this symposium already been recorded, yeah, and then we can share to participants in the next days. I think, thank you for sharing. Is there any question or from Reza maybe or Bridget before I close the webinar?
Well, we have recorded, and the recording will be edited, and from tomorrow will be on our website, tourismwebinar.com, including all the PowerPoints and the profile of all the speakers. And so you can go and see, and you can also contact any speakers if you want.
Okay. I'd just like to conclude. I've just been looking through everybody present, and thank you very, very much for everybody around the world tuning in. Fantastic. Perhaps a last word to Taleb, if you would like to say something to on the way out. Okay.
I think all was said. Thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you.
What a pleasure. Okay, that's it. I think we shall say goodbye.
And I like to thank Bridget for her hard work. She has done a lot also behind the scan, and Dr. Eka as well, and of course, Dr. Taleb Rafai. Steve Knox is not here. Professor Steve Knox, thank you so much, but he helped, and he's traveling now in mountains in near Jakarta, he told me, so he didn't have a good internet. And Peter Simon, he had a bad connection. He's in Nepal. And of course, Jürgen, our good friend, and Mr. Noel Scott, who is traveling now in Portugal early morning. Thank you so much, Scott. You're always with us. Thank you. So thank you. Thank you, Bridget. So if you want to finish, you want to say something?
Well, again, just been my pleasure, and to be part of Tourism Webinar once again. I've been part of this on various occasions, and again, I actually will be a part of that particular next webinar, which is again something that I've addressed in my book. It's about tourist behaviour, and I spoke about to Reza about that about 6 weeks ago, and said perhaps we should run this, and of course now it's in the news everywhere. So it's about good timing, isn't it? Let's do that, and we all look forward to seeing you there next week in 6 days. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you.
From Melbourne.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Noel. Thank you. I know you was very busy.
We will. Catch you sometime, Noel.
Thank you, Jürgen.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Enjoy your staying in
You're going to stay well too. And of course, everybody else.
Best
of health and peace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Look at direction Bali.
Let's give a big round of applause for the special performance of Sekar Jagat Dance. Thank you very much. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam kebajikan. May peace be upon us all. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our event, the official pre-launch of WTN Summit Time 2023. Let's give a big round of applause for our event today. Thank you very much. My name is Agung Mia. It is such an honor for me to be the master of ceremony for this event and to welcome all of you today. The theme for today's event is the Tourism World Updates, SME Matters 2023, organized in hybrid format, consisting of welcoming speeches, the official pre-launch ceremony, and talk show. Ladies and gentlemen, because this is a hybrid format of the event, so we have online participants. Therefore, we would like to greet those participants who are joining us virtually. Hello, greetings from Bali. Please give a big round of applause for all participants who are joining us virtually. Thank you very much for joining us. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, para tamu undangan, kami ingin mengucapkan selamat datang kepada seluruh undangan yang telah berkenan hadir hari ini. Allow us to extend our warmest welcome to our honorable guests. Selamat siang dan selamat datang kepada yang terhormat Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, who will join us shortly. Let's give a big round of applause as well. The Minister will join us later shortly. We would like to welcome Deputy Minister of Digital Economy and Creative Product, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, Bapak Muhammad Neil L. Himam, MSc. Selamat siang, selamat datang Bapak. Joining us virtually, Vice Governor of Bali, Bapak Cokorda Oka Arta Ardana Sukawati. Selamat siang, terima kasih sudah bergabung secara virtual. Also joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman of WTN Global, Mr. Jürgen Steinmetz. We have Deputy Chairman of WTN Texas, USA, Dr. Peter Tarlow, who is also joining us virtually. Chairwoman of WTN Indonesia Chapter, Ibu Mudi Astuti. Selamat siang, Ibu. Selamat siang dan selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Executive Director Central Bank of Indonesia in Bali, Bapak Trisno Nugroho. Selamat siang Bapak. Chairman of Bali Tourism Board BTB GP Bali, Bapak Ida Bagus Agung Parta Atnyana. Selamat siang Bapak. President Director of Indonesia Healthcare Corporation, Dr. Gigi Mira Diah Wahyuni Mars. Selamat siang, selamat datang. CEO Bali Convention Exhibition Bureau, Bapak Levi Lantu, who is joining us virtually. From Santrian Group, Bapak Ida Bagus Ngurah Agung Kumbayana. Also, we would like to welcome our moderator, Ibu Yoke Darmawan, DNA Consultancy. Selamat siang, Ibu Yoke. We would like to welcome all online participants from WTN Global. And please be informed that our event today will be divided into 2 sessions, ladies and gentlemen. The first one is the opening ceremony, and the second part is the sharing and talk show session. Ladies and gentlemen, the official pre-launch of the WTN Summit Time 2023 with the theme of the Tourism World Updates SME Matters 2023 is a collaboration of the World Tourism Network, the Ministry of the Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia in Bali, Bali Tourism Board, ASEAN Indonesia 2023, and Wonderful Indonesia. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kita lanjutkan ke acara berikutnya, yaitu laporan persiapan pelaksanaan acara WTN Time 2023. We will proceed to the next agenda, welcoming speech delivered by the chairwoman of WTN Indonesia chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ibu Mudi Astuti.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear Modi. There's no sound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, our distinguished guests, and good day to every one of you, WTN leaders, members network connecting online, wherever you are. And first and foremost, I would like to welcome and thank to our strategic partners, the Ministry of Tourism and Economy Creative Republic Indonesia, our Minister, His Excellency Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, our gracious hosts in Bali, the Bali Tourism Board, leaders and members chaired by Bapak Gus Agung, and the Central Bank of Indonesia in Bali, chaired by Bapak Sutrisno Nugroho, the Bali Tourism Convention Bureau, chaired by Bapak Levi Lantu, who are connecting online from Perth, Dr. Mira Wahyuni, President Director of Indonesia Healthcare Corporation, Deputy Minister of Digital Economy and Creative Product, Mr. Muhammad Neil. Please give them an applause. All the stakeholders in tourism and economy, creative, media, and other related industry, and of course, last but not least, our main supporters of our event, WTN Board, and the facilitator of Global Think Tank Group discussion, which is chaired by Mr. Jurgen Steinmetz, Dr. Peter Taulo, as the president of WTN Global, Hon Alan Sen-Enji, the VP World Tourism Network, Professor Jeffrey Lippman is a former head of IATA, former CEO of WTTC, former Deputy Secretary General of UNWTO. We are connecting online with us today. I'm delighted and excited to be here to update the further progress of WTN Summit Time 2023 preparation, which will be organized in September 28th to the 1st of October 2023 at the Renaissance Spa Resort Uluwatu, Bali. We're delighted to report that on last November, we organized our press conference, the first press conference, in the Renaissance Resort and Spa Uluwatu, Bali. There we were presenting that this event is going to be organized in February 2023. However, WTN and our partners has to make a very tough decision but it turns out to be the best decision. We have made that we have to reschedule the event to September 28th to the 1st of October because it gives us more time and opportunity together with 129 country members of eTN to join and give better opportunity to Indonesia tourism, to prepare the strategic event. We all know that after COVID-19 pandemic, every country are aggressively organizing an international travel tourism event to recover from crisis. So we're happy that the timing we're scheduling is the best time and to position our event among those international travel and tourism events. With the schedule in 28th of September to the 1st of October, we have 6 months to go to prepare ourselves and to maximize this event to be the most productive one. I hope we all know that WTN is a global organization that focusing to support small, medium enterprises in tourism, which is according to WTTC, World Travel Tourism Council, that the total number of SME tourism worldwide is 86% out of the global travel tourism industry worldwide. So WTN is an organization to be the voice of SMEs and to support and facilitate the think tank of travel and tourism from around 129 country members to join under focus group discussion to come with breakthrough and fresh idea to overcome any challenges faced by SME, as well as becoming a platform for promoting SMEs of tourism worldwide. During this event, we're preparing to organize 3 big functions. One is the FAM Tour to Indonesia. It's going to be a top 10 worldwide tourism, international tourism destination of Indonesia. I believe our minister will also mention and elaborate further. 2 is the session for B2B or B2G among tourism board around the globe to interact and meet with suppliers from across the globe. Think tank group discussion, we bring 4 global strategic issues. One is a discussion on key issue for SMEs into this WTN Summit Time 23, discussing time resilience and investment with the Hon Minister of Tourism Edmund Barley and the former UN Secretary General Dr. Talib Rifai, the famous one. The second time discussion on key issue and challenges of climate change related to sustainable tourism goal, led by Professor Jeffrey Lippman. I have mentioned that is the former head of IATA, former CEO of WTTC, and the former Deputy Secretary General for UNWTO. The third strategic discussion is going to be a discussion on medical health tourism, a global opportunity, the trend, and how to generate new revenue stream by the expert of medical tourism worldwide. From Indonesia, it would be represented by the Indonesia Medical Tourism Association, led by Dr. Taufik Jamaan. I believe he's also connecting online. And the Bali International Hospital, chaired by Dr. Mira Diahwahyuni. The fourth strategic discussion topic will be a cultural tourism regions and actions of culture by the head of local region worldwide. A global exchange of the important role SME in the travel and tourism business structure, the leads on elevating effort by capturing market together within a destination, a collaborated promotional effort with key global airlines will also be discussed and developed further. With this combination of strategic actions among WN country members worldwide during WTN Summit Time 23 event, it would certainly give an impact to the global travel tourism world to elevate to the next level. However, this goal would only be successful with your participation and contribution, and I'm excited and hope we are all excited to work together and make this successful. At last, I would like to express my utmost gratitude on behalf of WTN organization to be able to work with Bali Tourism Board and the Ministry of Tourism and Economic Creative Republic Indonesia to bring peace and unity as the only way for tourism prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Mudi Astuti. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to the next agenda, keynote speech by Chairman of WTN Global, Mr. Jürgen Steinmetz, and Deputy Chairman of WTN Texas, USA, Dr. Peter Tarlow. We are now connected with Jürgen and Dr. Peter.
Aloha, I can
Jürgen.
say. Yes,
Hi.
aloha.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Aloha, I can.
Not yet. Actually, we're still adjusting your volume.
Okay, adjust my volume. That's always good. Yeah. Better keep me quiet.
Now we can hear you clearly, Jürgen.
All right. Okay. I was saying aloha, like we say here in Hawaii, and welcome everybody. And I'm very honored to have His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Mr. Santiago Uno, here. First time I talked to you, Your Excellency, you were in the car doing COVID highlights, working very hard, and I had a good feeling that we're going to meet again, and I cannot really wait until I can personally see Bali again. I've been there many times in many years ago. I wanted to recognize also Dr. Taleb Rifai, who's fading in and out. He must have some technical issues, but I'm sure he's relating his greetings to everyone. And of course, I wanted to recognize all our sponsors and partners in Bali, almost too many to mention, specifically, of course, our main partner, the Bali Tourism Board. I wanted to thank everyone in Bali and in Jakarta for your hard work. We have been in touch almost on a daily basis. And now the work really starts because we're going to be busy between now and September. A lot of very positive things are happening. The Honorable Minister Edmund Bartlett from Jamaica, who's the man behind the Tourism Resilience Day, what was just announced by the United Nations General Assembly in New York, will be joining us in Bali with his team of tourism resilience and investments. So that came in as one of the 4 pillars we have, and Moody explained it already, so I don't really want to repeat it, but it's going to be one of our important pillars. I also wanted to recognize Professor Jeffrey Lipman, who's actually here, and maybe we give him the opportunity to say just a greeting, because his session will be phenomenal. He really has a lot of plans, and there will be some big announcements in front of head of states, he told me yesterday, upcoming in Bali, and we are really looking forward to this. When the World Tourism Network started back in 2020 in March during a canceled ITB in Berlin, we did not know where we're really going. We really didn't really want to start an organization. We just wanted to have a discussion about COVID and started our rebuilding.travel discussion. And looking around in our audience, I see so many people I didn't know at the time, and we all became friends and have been on our now almost 200 different Zoom sessions and discussions over the years. And our club of our friendship has been growing. We now have members in 129 countries, and we're proud to be part of the global relaunch of travel and tourism. I don't want to speak too long. It's there's going to be a very packed program here, and I just wanted to maybe give the opportunity to Jeffrey just take 1 minute and say hello and just tell us real quick what your session will be about. Jeffrey's joining us from Brussels.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Oh, there's Dr. Taleb Rifai. So we're going to go to you. So let's Taleb Rifai give one short greeting. Welcome on board. You're joining us from Amman, Jordan.
Thank you so much. I didn't want to interrupt Professor Jeffrey Lippman. He's a good friend. He's doing a great job. I want to also congratulate you, Jürgen, and Peter for the great work of WTN. I think this is an important, very important session, especially it comes from Indonesia. Indonesia is a wonderful country. I've been there many times, and I like it very much. The people there are wonderful people. When you visit a place, it's the people that matter, not the mountains or the rivers or the beaches, because you can find those anywhere in the world, but you can only find the people with specific culture in specific places. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much, everybody, for being with us this morning. I apologize. I could not unmute myself, but then now I've changed to my iPad. It's working better. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jürgen.
And Taleb, thank you very much. And I recognize your office. I visited you in your beautiful home in Amman just about 2 months ago. And,
thank you.
You have it's almost like a museum. I mean, you're really lucky.
Thank you so much.
Jeffrey, you're joining us from your car. Just 1 minute. We're running a little bit over time already. Jeffrey.
Hi, Thomas. Good morning to you. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm doing what everybody in our industry does. I'm being a tourist today. I just wanted to congratulate you and Moody and the beautiful island of Bali for having the foresight to organize this event. You've kindly asked me to chair the day dealing with the climate issue, and I can say now the focus of this is going to be that the IPCC has said that we're supposed to peak emissions.
Jeffrey, I'm so sorry when I interrupt you. We have the minister now here, and I wanted to give the floor to the minister. Maybe at the end of the event, you can tell us a little bit more. But I give the floor back. Thank you very much. I give the floor back to Mia. It's all yours. Bali.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jürgen. I believe that you still have time to continue.
Oh, okay. I got a message here that the Honorable Minister wanted to come in. So
I will let you know.
Okay, no problem. So Jeffrey, continue real quick if you can about your event and the announcement you're about to make in Doha.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very relevant to the role of the World Tourism Network, Thomas, because in Doha, there is going to be a summit for the least developed countries and the small island developing states. This is called LDC 5. It's at the beginning of March. And Sunex Malta will be making a major announcement there. They have a provision for quote announcements. It will be in partnership with WTN, and we will be introducing a global climate-friendly travel network for the least developed countries, and putting a strong climate champion to lead that network in each of the countries and in the small island developing states. And we're very much looking forward to working with WTN and to bringing that also to the Bali event, where it will be the focal point of our discussions. And I'll finish with just one major point, Thomas. The IPCC, which you know provides the global science on climate, which is the existential issue for the human race, has said that we not only have to get to net zero in 2050 and half our emissions by 2030, but that we have to peak the emissions in 2025. And nowhere has this been discussed in the tourism sector. And our goal at WTN in Bali will be to have a frank and honest discussion about how can we put a plan B together? What if the intense weather, the fires, the climate refugees really does get worse and worse and worse, and we have to change everything on the planet to accommodate that? Where will tourism be? And that we are going to discuss for the first time in a major public event at WTN in Bali. So happy to be with you. Sorry it's a bit peculiar in a taxi, but thank you anyhow for letting me participate. I shall be like Taleb, I'm watching this on my phone. I've just finished by saying hi to Taleb. It's always good to see you. And look forward to the rest of the day, Thomas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think I'm going to pass on to Peter. Just really a quick, Jeffrey, tell us just one word about the study you actually did on climate change for Bali. What is quite relevant for our audience and our media in Indonesia?
Well, this was done in 2010. It was done with the support of the then Minister of Tourism, our friend Gerd Ardika, the late Gerd Ardika, and together with Victoria University in Australia, we did a major study looking at a green growth future for Bali. We also worked with Agung, with the university in Bali, and with many, many friends in Bali at the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jurgen Steinmetz and also Dr. Peter Tarlo. Hadirin yang berbahagia, berikutnya we will now proceed to the next agenda, opening speech by the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. May I invite Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA.
Om Swastiastu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Selamat sore, shalom. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Warm greetings from the island of the gods, Bali, Indonesia, the most beautiful island in the world, and welcome to wonderful Indonesia. I would like to thank the invitations by Mr. Jurgen Thomas Steinmetz, Dankeschön, Chairman of the World Tourism Network Global. I got your email today asking me whether I want to listen to the speech by Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. And I replied, yes, I would like to listen to myself. Peter Lipman, thank you very much. And for declaring also that everybody here is a tourism minister. So congratulations, all of you are now tourism ministers. Ibu Mudi Asuti, Chairwoman of World Tourism Network Indonesia Chapter. Bapak Ida Bagus Agung Parta Adnyana, Chairman of Bali Tourism Board, the most handsome and most eligible chairman ever. Also, my dear colleagues from Central Bank of Indonesia, Denpasar branch, thank you very much for gracing our event here, and hopefully you could share the latest economic data from Central Bank, how the recovery is progressing. Thank you very much. Pak Neil, Deputy for Digital Economy and Creative Products. Ibu Yung, Director for MICE. Also, I saw Bu Desi Ruhati, Director of National and International Event, and Ibu Yoke, who's always cheering every moment that we have. Please give a big hand to Ibu Yoke. WTN chapters all around the world, distinguished panelists, guests, and media, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I cannot say hi to one by one. I'm actually not feeling very well. I got the second booster, which is my fourth vaccine injections yesterday. And being thinking that I'm strong, I continue to schedule traveling and meetings, and I got knocked out this morning. But I told my wife said, I think you should stay in Jakarta. But I cannot let you down, especially with Ibu Mira Diah, who's here. So even though I'm a little bit, or no, not a little bit, but very much under the weather, I come here and hopefully our sessions will be a fruitful sessions for everybody. I would like to express highest appreciations to World Tourism Network Global and Indonesian Chapter. Network in Bahasa is called silaturahim. And silaturahim always yields to long life and a lot of prosperity. We believe network is key. And I want to ask Jurgen and Ibu Mudi, how many times during the pandemic that you have network?
I think we were getting close to 200.
Every day. Every day. That's why, because you network every day with Jurgen and everybody here, network, we are granted a much speedier recovery and a stronger recovery that is certainly better. Please give a big applause for everybody. This World Tourism Network Think Tank and Summit Time 2023 is actually leading event for the inaugural summit that will take place at Renaissance Bali Uluwatu Resort and Spa from 29 September to 1st of October 2023. I was told by my driver that the economy is starting to recover, correct? You feel the recovery already? Astungkara. And G20 presidency was the start, and this global leader and mediator of President Jokowi in envisioning and safeguarding the recovery with the theme of recover together and recover stronger, certainly have been so unique and strategic for the tourism industry. We are seeing that Indonesia's ranking in the WEF, World Economic Forum Travel and Tourism Development Index, moved 12 ranks from 2021 of 44. We are now number 32, and this is actually ahead of our friendly neighbor of Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines. I just completed the ASEAN Tourism Forum in Yogyakarta, whereby we exchange how do we recover together, recover stronger, but also focusing on quality and sustainability. Forbes Most Beautiful Countries 2022 also been given to Indonesia, and Club Med's Happiest Holiday Destinations 2022 has been given to Bali. However, the recovery is not felt across Indonesia on equitable fashion. SMEs, which is the large part of the tourism business, have not fully recovered. And business, whether it is inbound, some are outbound, are feeling that we need to move quicker. So we are pushing innovations, adaptations, and collaborations toward a more resilient and sustainable tourism. How SMEs can build business networks. How WTN can share experience to collaborate with not only the big players, but also involving the SMEs. The growth of the SMEs have to be continued to be pushed in exploring the new trends of niche tourism. Something like wellness tourism. I see Ibu Mira is focusing on wellness, medical tourism in Sanur, which is Gus Agung Kingdom in Sanur. But we are seeing that small cultural regional tourism is also focusing on wellness and feeling good tourism. Indonesia is the second biggest wellness tourism destinations market in the region with 1.3 million direct employment. The other thing that I want to mention is tourism village. I have been to more than 150 tourism village, and this year we're even increasing our program to touch more than 4,400 tourism village across Indonesia. And we just closed a session whereby we take the legacy of Bapak Ardike. The late Bapak Ardike have been pioneering in how this tourism village have been able to increase prosperity and also playing a significant role in terms of recognizing worldwide to preserve livelihood, natural resources, cultural heritage, meditative cures, jamu, and traditional herbal remedies. I would like to invite the buyers that are connected through WTN to attend the event in September 2023. Are you ready? This is a great opportunity to strengthen our public-private partnership in order to foster investment in sustainable travel and infrastructure, training and building human capacity for inclusive yet resilient and sustainable tourism. Patrice, maybe we can also involve the central bank because Tourism Village is also benefiting from the program that the Bali chapter of the central bank have pushed, which is a tourism village Ekasari in Jembrana. In closing, I humbly announce, after so many collaborations, efforts, and continue concrete actions, now I humbly announce the start of the WTN Summit time. Boom. Oh, here. Thank you very much. Let me call with Parama Santi. Om Santi 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 Om. Wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Menteri, mohon tetap berada di tempat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to marking the opening of the official pre-launch of WTN Summit Time 2023 registration by sounding the gong 3 times, accompanied by Deputy Minister of Digital Economy and Creative Product, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy Indonesia, Chairwoman of WTN Indonesia Chapter, Ibu Mudi Astuti, Executive Director, Central Bank of Indonesia in Bali, Bapak Trisno Nugroho, Chairman of Bali Tourism Board, Bapak Ide Bagus Agung Partaatnyana, President Director of Indonesia Healthcare Corporation, Dr. Gigi Mira Dia Wahyuni Mars, and from Santrian Group, Bapak Ide Bagus Ngurah Agung Kumbayana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. We will now move to the next part, which is official pre-launch of the website WTNBali2023.org. Let's take a picture. On my count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, freestyle Bapak, gaya bebas. Yes. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Mohon tetap berada di tempat, kita masih akan melanjutkan. Next part, official pre-launch of the website WTNBali2023.org. To demonstrate the registration site, we would like to invite the minister to register. Witnessed by everyone on the stage. The minister will sign in. For the password, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is the official pre-launch of the website WTNBali2023.org. Yes, it works. Register to the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to also register on the website WTNBali2023.org. Let's give a big round of applause. Next part is MOU signing between WTN and Bali Tourism Board. The MOU will be signed by the WTN Indonesia chapter and chairman of Bali Tourism Board, witnessed by the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. The MOU is the commitment to host the WTN Summit Time 2023 event 29th of September until the 1st of November 2023 in Bali, Indonesia. Thank you very much once again to the Minister. Terima kasih Bapak Menteri dan Bapak Ibu yang juga sudah hadir. Kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah Bapak Ibu. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the official pre-launch of the World Tourism Network Time 2023. Those who are joining us virtually also can see the ceremonial process. Once again, thank you very much. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, Bapak Menteri, kami persilakan untuk bisa turun. Thank you very much to all our honorable invitees, and we would like to extend our appreciation to Bapak Menteri Minister Sandiaga Uno for attending this event. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah. Bapak Menteri, terima kasih sudah berkenan hadir di tengah-tengah kita. Terima kasih banyak.
I have the pleasure to discuss and have a sharing session and give opportunity for everyone with different background, with different disciplinary from the tourism to share and chat about what is about tourism from Bali and from Indonesia in a whole. I would like to call our first speaker, Mr. Muhammad Nail El Himam. He's the Deputy Minister of Digital Economy and Creative Product, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic Indonesia. Let's give a big applause. I'm going to call you Pak Nail. Yes, Pak Nail is good. Nail is good. Okay, next, the second one, our dear Pak Trisno Nugroho. Oops, he's disappearing from the room, but somebody can help me to find Trisno Nugroho. He is the Executive Director, Bali Head Branch of Bank Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia. Mr. Trisno has been helping us in data and information in regards to the progress, the market, the potential, the investment to Indonesia. I'm going to speak in English and in Bahasa just to share a few ideas and thoughts. Speaker number 3, Ida Bagus Agung Parta Atyana. He is the chairman of Bali Tourism Board. Bali Tourism Board is joining us in a moment. Oh, okay. There is still a discussion with the minister. They will join us. It's end up just 2 of us. This is like a wedding ceremony kind of thing, you know. That's okay, Pa, because I have another beautiful lady gonna joining us. Let's give a big applause to Dr. Mira Diah Wahyuni Mars. She's the President Director of Indonesia Healthcare Corporation, Pertamina Bina Medica. She looked like a young lady, but she's taking care of 70 hospital, Pa. 70 hospital, no kidding. She is in the most important positioning when we talk about medical tourism now. Okay, just 3 of us. Yes, this is like a small chat. I'm going to explain a little bit about. Give me a moment about you, Pak Nail. Nail is joining the Ministry of Tourism and Economy Creative in 2020 as the Director of Application and Digital Economy Management. A tough job. It's totally what is needed at the moment. We talk about a career in the government, bringing his expertise in technology since 1989. Wah, now I can calculate your age, but never mind. Deputy of Bidang Ekonomi Digital, Deputy of Economy Digital and Product Creative. What exactly is it, Papa?
Directly to the question.
Yes,
okay, like
it is a question.
Thank you so much, Miss
Yoke.
Miss Yoke. I'm sure either Mbak or Ibu.
No.
So like,
to make myself young, then you can call me
Yoke.
just Yoke.
Okay, thank you. The deputy for digital economy and creative product is actually has the mandate to oversee 17 subsectors of creative economy.
Wow.
From application, games, film, music, culinary, crafts, fashion, to the content of radio and television and or digital content basically. So, and most of them are now, the product can be digital, right? That's why there is digital economy that we need to also transform these 17 subsectors into, including the tourism, into the digital platform.
Digital
so that's
platform.
my
So
role.
is it because among us there's a lot of small and medium enterprises
Exactly.
in tourism? In our understanding, small and medium operators are considered to be non-wholesalers, the big giant, because WTN Global has been the voice for small and medium enterprises. How digital supporting small and medium operators?
Okay, I have to go back one step,
Yes.
just to make a relation what Pak Minister have to say, that we need to work with the bigger, like the bigger e-commerce platform. But I think in that sense as well, there is this smaller platform that cater for the smaller SMEs, right? That, and I believe that also can be similar to the tourism operators, players
Right.
as well. So, for example, a lot of during the pandemic, a lot of tourist operator, the smaller one, they created packages tour,
Yeah.
and including what Pak Menteri said before with the tourism village, where we have some
Right.
now we have around 3,000 that already in the network.
Yep.
And 200 something that has been visited by the minister, and they can also sell packages with work together with some of the digital platform. For example, like Mr. Aladdin in Indonesia, right? Or the bigger one with Traveloka, for example, they also can help sell the packages. And I think that's the way we should do it. And I think with the medical tourism, wellness, and so on, it can be, if there is a package, you know, like for this outdoor tourism, more to the environment, then would likely the smaller in size would be better if you can do it.
Oh, wonderful.
And through digital as well.
I'm going to come back to you in regards to small, medium business through digital and how it's connect to medical tourism, health tourism, and wellness. But before I ask Dr. Mira to join, I would like to say hello to our dear friend online, Levi Lantu. Can I get Levi Lantu tag? Yes, that's him. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Levi Lantu is the CEO of Bali Convention Exhibition Bureau, and he's a passionate executive, and then now talking based from Perth. So really, our world is getting smaller. It's like borderless. So 30 years in the business and having a multiple directorship, and I think he brings, when we still talk about small and medium, but Levi background is about a giant business like Star Wars Group, Louis Vuitton, luxury product, including Garuda, Australia, Smiling Tours, and all that. So Levi, so nice for you to joining me there. Yes, all clear.
Nice
you
to
look
meet
great.
everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
Levi, I can't hear your voice, but I'm going to go to Dr. Mira first and going back to you. All right.
All right.
And then let me introduce Dr. Mira. Dr. Mira look very young.
Yes,
yeah, for that position, you know.
Hospital.
Yes. So as a chairwoman, Dr. Mira has a prestigious state-owned hospital management and enterprises under her wing, managing hospitals and together with medical advisory board and team of specialists. That's correct, Dr. Mira, yeah? Bringing 20 years or more of your experiences in management, in community, strengthened also, and of course, in your competencies in hospital management, the integration, service, and develop international partnership. Currently, Dr. Mira is in close relation partnership with the very important partner, which is Mayo Clinic, right? Located at Spatial Economic Zone in Sanur. Wow, this is something new for our audience in globally to know that the new update about Bali. We are heading to medical tourism. We are heading to a new business of how medical, health, tourism, and wellness, as the minister said, become very important. Hello, Dr. Mira.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
See, Dr. Mira, so what is the concept of Bali International Hospital?
So we collaborate with Mayo Clinic USA for our advisor. So we hope that would be giving the trust for the community to go and also seek their health treatment to us. Our center of excellence is cardiologist, oncologist, neurologist, gastroenterologist, and the other, and orthopedics. But we also want to provide the best medical checkup for the people who seek to make anticipation for their
Absolutely.
health condition.
Right. So those centers of excellence require, it's like critical illness, right? It require big equipment, what do you call it, specialists, and state of the art, as you mentioned. And certainly this is a breakthrough about medical. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So that we don't need to travel overseas. Now, even we can knock the doors to our friends, our colleagues all over the world to consider Bali as a destination, not only for culture, but also for medical health and wellness.
And we are also bringing the diaspora, especially the Indonesian physicians and healthcare workers to come to Indonesia.
This is interesting.
Yes, and then make Indonesia, propel Indonesia further as the preferred destination of the healthcare travel globally.
Now, I like that. You know, like we were talking about recruiting diaspora, the Indonesian. Orang-orang Indonesia yang fantastic and has been the star performance in all over the world, right? We have plenty, betul ya Pak? Ini diaspora kita satu nih, Levi. Levi diaspora kita nih tuh kan? Semangat. So, how do you see this? Digital will help to position Indonesia with such a product into the world. So WTN will be a key for us to bridge this message. Yeah, Pak? Peter and Jürgen. Yes, you can say hi to Peter too.
Hi, Peter, Jürgen as well. Answering to that, I think I like what Peter had said. You know.
Yes.
Actually, Indonesia is the perfect metaphor for WTN, right?
Yes.
We are comprised of thousands of islands, yet we are one nation. So I think with WTN, because Pak Menteri also said that this is like a networking is the key. Network is the key, silaturahim, collaboration, cooperation, and of course we can synergize as well, right? In that sense, during WTN, I think we can learn from each other. And I think one of the key, for example, if we would like to have this medical tourism excellence, we have to create it like the whole ecosystem.
Yes.
Not just the tools, not just the people, also, for example, the infrastructure has to be there. Even this is, I think one of the key that I think we have that probably few other countries has. The characteristic of cultural characteristics that we like to help people.
Oh, I love that. Yes. Dr. Mira mentioned last time, you know, like Bali, Indonesia has this heart integrity. From that is already an asset.
Exactly, that's an asset that I think we can capitalize. Absolutely. In terms of making. I think we can speed up. You know, like if we want Bali to become the center of the health tourism, medical tourism, that's probably the perfect place to be. As well as I'd like what Dr. Mas said, we're trying to attract our diaspora, of course. Even though I don't know, you can pay them, you know, as well. See, now Blue Mira said, then I think this is a perfect time. WTN will be the perfect time to share, to announce.
Yes,
right?
We give them the sweeteners to come.
That's good.
Right, to Bali. And so how do you see it? Especially knowing that the Australian has a very privilege in terms of government benefits, but I can see that American market is a lot going to medical tourism, such to Bangkok, right? Bangkok and Thailand and Korea now. So how do you see it as in Australia? Later on, I'm going to give it to Jürgen to comment on that.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear.
Is the voice clear? Okay, that's good. Yeah. So if you're looking at the perspective of the medical tourism, it's good that we have the infrastructure and facility ready in Bali. But the challenge and opportunity for Indonesian, in this case, Indonesian government, Indonesian business practices like Dr. Mira with the Bali International Hospital, we have to work very close with the insurance company, because the opportunity is like, we're talking about Australian market, they love Bali. For Australian, go to Bali, they can go 5 times a year, 10 times a year. It doesn't matter. As long as Jetstar launching Red A deal package, which is $100 to fly from Australia, the whole planes will be full. And it, you know, for Australian, if they can rest assured, can use their insurance card or Medibank private card to have any treatment in Bali, it will be heaven. So they're not only coming for a tourist, for the tourist as a tourist, but they also can come to do a general checkup. You know, in Australia here, everybody that have Medicare card plus the private medical card, they can go and do checkup at every hospital at their own preference. So if Bali can be included in this, you know, they have couples big insurance that can cover it, of course, it's going to be a good place to go. And from Australia, only 3.5 hours, you end up on paradise. You know,
Yeah.
it's better to do that
In a good
in
meaning,
Bali.
end up in paradise in a good way.
Correct. And it's not only that, you know, the big market for Australia here, I'm telling you the truth and opportunity here is like the growth of senior age, the elder is growing very fast. And as you know, government struggle to provide a home care for them, which is aged care. And for people that, you know, like, you know, if you're asking most of Australian how many times they've been in Bali, average from 10, 8 will say I've been minimum 2 or 3 times in Bali, minimum. But those that love Bali, they've been in Bali over 100 times. All of the industry here sitting in the room or online, you and I know Australia love to come to Bali. They love because they not only love Bali as the tourist destination, but the friendship that has been built over 100 years between Bali and Australia. That's why Australia is sitting at #1 top tourist for Bali. So this is the big opportunity when Dr. Mira and the whole PT in journey built Sanur complex as the economic spatial zone for medical. Don't forget, there will be 5,000 convention room will be built in the middle of the Sanur. So that means it's not only the tourist, the patient or potential patient, or just generally do a general checkup, the business concept is also going to be made there. I mean, we're talking about big group of convention on the medical doctors conventions coming to Bali, and we're going to bring them, and some of them is already confirmed. And if you're asking me, will Australia? It's not. Australia will be #1. They will come back and sitting #1. Don't forget, before COVID, Australia is already sitting in 9 million tourists come to Bali. And with the boosting of the meeting, incentive, convention, and exhibition, the big question for us is, are we ready? Can we collaborate? Can we do this together? Bring medical tourism coming into the tourist. It's a new product for all of us. And I think for World Tourism Network globally, it's also a good time to collaborate together here. I knew Dubai have one. I knew Thailand have one. They actually have the complex, the medical tourist. Back even me and Moody, we did the campaign back in what year, Moody, when we have our Island Life magazine. We did the medical tourism checkup in Thailand, in Penang, long time ago. Okay, during the Island Life magazine, we already promoted that.
Now you all move to Bali. You know, it's
now.
absolutely.
So I think it's a challenge or an opportunity come together. Yoka.
Absolutely. Leffy, I like to just highlight what you were saying because Neil was talking to me also that almost 500 event related to medical and doctor conference here in Bali related in Indonesia. That's huge. Hi, Jurgen. Jurgen, how do you see this? Because Leffy gave a very nice insight from the perspective of Australia and on how Bali attractive as medical tourism. And how do you see it for the rest of the world? Because I know that the American love to travel to Asia for medical tourism. And currently Bangkok and Thailand and Korea is for me. No, that's a different. Go ahead, Jurgen.
And medical tourism, look, Mama, is such a big field, and really, we shouldn't be thinking about competition and getting patients from one country to another. There is enough room for everyone. And when you look at the United States market, particularly, you mentioned preventive care. That's something what's missing here. Insurances are not covering most of the preventive care. And patients usually don't get the preventive care you get perhaps in Asia. I know you get in Germany. And I can give you my own example here. I was actually hospitalized at the WTTC conference in Manila in the Philippines, and I received care, excellent care in the Makati medical facility there for a fraction of the rate I would have paid here. And guess what? My insurance had an agreement with the hospital, and they paid everything. I didn't have to worry about payment, and the cost was a lot less. So I think similar agreements, especially with the Blue Cross and Blue Shield insurance system, and I think with your connection to Mayo, the United States it's a natural market, especially if you cover preventive care. I know Mayo clinics in Phoenix. I tried to get an appointment during COVID. They didn't have any appointments for a year. So I think you have a winner here, and there is a good opportunity. The only thing I question, and it goes back to my time when I worked with Bali back in the end of 90s. I had a tour operator, and we're one of the more major tour operators with Bali. We worked with Pakto in Bali on inbound travel. We chartered about 48 seats, I think, on every Garuda flight, and they were flying from Los Angeles to Honolulu to Bali. You guys need to get an airlink, a direct airlink back to Bali. That has been a challenge for the US market. Continental Airlines, also what is now United, stopped service to Bali. So you're really relying on third country carriers. And guess what? Unfortunately, in a private industry with planes running fulls, Singapore Airlines, as nice as they are, they're going to get most of the seat segment to Singapore. They're not going to sell seats to Bali on through rates because they'll make less money. You need a direct airlink. And I think we can all learn from each other in World Tourism Network because we have so many countries. Look at the Caribbean. Bahamas, for example, is sending planes where they want passengers from. They're losing money, like the Cayman Islands, on their flights, but they know the government supporting this or the private business supporting flights that are not economically is helping the industry overall. Yes. And at the end, it's a win-win situation.
Right. Jurgen, I'm going to get back to you, but I'm going to steal Mr. Neil time because I'm afraid that he's going to leave in the next half an hour. But I would like to get your insight. You know, like Jurgen mentioned that the policy is so important, you know, the airline, the pricing is important. And Leffy talked about travel insurance, the influence of travel insurance on how we can develop from American market, from Jurgen and Australian market. What kind of policy needed to make it smooth and easy for medical tourism with such a great product by Dr. Mira to make this possible?
Of course, like I said before, we have to take a look at this as a whole, holistically or by ecosystem, right? Levy was right. You know, like when he once mentioned, funding is important. Usually in the Western part, the Western world, you use insurance, right? I mean, like if there is an insurance interconnection, for example, then that would be great, of course, right? For us itself, we would like really to have, like, if you say about the policy, then of course this is going to be interministerial, right? All cross-cutting in our government itself is going to be cross-cutting, of course, not just from our ministry, but also from Ministry of Health, of course, and other ministry. And I think the most important thing is for us, for Indonesian, we have to work together. To be honest with you, I'm a bit envious with Malaysia, what happened with the Malaysian medical tourism system, because they have the ecosystem. They have this, everybody's joining hand together. The Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Health, even the private sectors. They have the association for that by themselves. So everything runs smoothly. Now, if you're talking about that means probably you're going to have we're going to have, for example, issued special visa, for example.
Yes. Yes.
Not just tourist visa, but this is like a medical tourist visa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Something like this, because it happened because yesterday the president, I think, already asked Pak Minister, Pak Sandi, because we want to have like a event-led recovery for tourism sector. So event, for example, when we have to have event, then sometimes we will invite, performer from outside, from international. Then you need to have visa for special, for creative worker visa or artist visa, for examples. Something like that would be. So it's going to be cross-cutting, Bu, Mbak Yoke. It's not going to be easy. I mean, like, that's going to be just from one side, but it's going to be including Ministry of BUMN, of course, right?
Right.
Because it handles the flight and everything.
Absolutely wonderful. So
and I hope, and I hope WTN can be. This is something beautiful, actually.
Yes.
If in WTN in September, if we can launch something like that, and I agree with Jurgen. We don't need to compete, but we need to collaborate and synergize.
Absolutely,
So
absolutely.
everybody
and
is.
also during WTN to have travel insurance, big company to look at the
Yeah,
product,
yes.
as well as to have
Yes,
open discussion.
yes.
Because the September event, this is an opportunity for us to look into issues, problem, and not only on the destination, but the policy as well as investment. That is fantastic. Talking about investment, talking about data and numbers, let's give a big hand our dear Bapak Trisno Nugroho, Director of Central Bank Indonesia. He started his career in Bank Indonesia in 1992. Still young and a great energy. And now he has been a big supporter when it comes to tourism, and totally different perspective when we talk about being in Jakarta and Bali, right, Pa? Because decision making need to have a data, and I think to have the source data from Mr. Trisno has been a helpful and a great journey for us to make and the next step. And next to Pak Trisno is Ida Bagus Agung Parta Adiana, the chairman of Bali Tourism Board. He has 11 associations under your wings. 10. Oh, 10. All right. I add one more. All right. So 10 association to collaborate and as well as to synergize for a purpose. That is a big responsibility. But then when earlier we were talking about medical tourism visa. This is very interesting. Like imagine if that happened, medical tourism, it will be a new trend, a new bullets for us to fight. How do you see that, Pak Trisno?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mbak Yoke. And before I begin my small explanation about Bali, and Mbak Yoke said about medical tourism in Bali, I think Pak Jokowi and our Minister of State-owned Company, Pak Erick Thohir, already pushed to Sanur zone economic area in Sanur, in special in health tourism. As Pak President said that more than 100 trillion rupiah spent by Indonesian people go to abroad, especially Malaysia and Singapore. Am I right? Yeah, but Mira, yeah. If this can be held in Indonesia, especially in Bali, with there is a hospital with international capacity, I think 100 trillion rupiah is not gone to Malaysia, but can be go to Sanur. I think the future of Bali with the health tourism, we will see Bali as one of the option if people from Indonesia will taking care their health instead to Malaysia, go to Indonesia, especially Bali. I think this year I heard from our friends from Jakarta in Sanur will build hospital, and then August 17, 2023 will announce will launched by Pak Presiden or Pak Minister of State-owned company. We hope this plan will going smoothly in this year. Then Bali, as I mentioned to Pak Menteri, Bali province, for my perspective, one of the most likely become tourism sustainable.
Excellent.
Yeah, if somebody from abroad will come to Indonesia, Bali is one of the example how government and society to push tourism sustainable in Indonesia. Then wellness, one of the MICE, another quality tourism also will can help in Bali. We do have Nusa Dua, MICE environment, ITDC Nusa Dua, and then we do have in Sanur. I heard there are 5,000 people can help MICE in Sanur.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of ballroom, one of the big ballroom in Bali. Instead in Nusa Dua, there is a MICE forum, MICE event we can help in Sanur with 5,000 people in ballroom. I think this the future is Bali with health tourism is quite promising for us.
Okay, thank you, Patrisno. So would you like to share with us your presentation? Yes.
Okay. Please move to the second slide. I can see this Bali square. We can see in national there is a comparison between national growth and Bali. We can see in Bali the fourth quarter actually grow 6.61, number 4 among the 34 province in Indonesia. This is a great growing in Bali. After 2 years, Bali growing is negative, but last year we grow across 4.84% compared to Indonesia 5.30%. This is quite good for Bali because 2 years already negative, and then and then the other one in 22 we can grow 4.84. Can we move to next? This the accommodation and food and beverage actually give contribution to Bali grow 18.72%. So we can see in Bali actually, as we know, tourism industry become pillar, become a dominant pushing the economic growth in Bali. Sorry, yeah. And then this one, this is the event. We can see the event. MICE event in Indonesia, in Bali especially, the this is the domestic passenger and international passenger until February 2023. June 2020 is about November and December. We can see 300. Yes, average day, average day. We can see. Yes, average. This is the total actually in November, December about 415,000. This KTT G20 last year. We do next please, and This is the share domestic growth in Bali. Next. This is the inflation rate in Bali actually still higher, 5.81 year on year, and then the inflation rate actually is quite high in Singaraja and Kota Denpasar after crisis. After crisis, the supply of rice and then chili still quite not good in Bali, because that's why the inflation rate in Bali is quite high in last 6 months. Next please. Next. This is up to 23 actually, already 638,000 per Wisman. This is 2 months. 2 months? Yes, January 1st until February 15. This is last year. So we still optimistic. Every day is about 12,000. No, Pak Neil, Wisman more than Wisnus to Bali. Wisnus to for Wisman, tourism from abroad 12,000 per day, and then domestic tourists about 11 per day. Wisman more than Wisnus. And there is another series of MICE in Bali 2023. Next, please. We also know that there are 29 airline reach 14 countries and 22 cities in stages. There are 29. The airline already go to Bali, and then at probably -9 from China not yet come to Bali, and then probably from Korea and Vietnam. So already coming back again, all airline come to Bali. Next, please. What is it? As I said, Pak Neil, we do have like QRIS, CRIS, cross-border. Now, tourists from Thailand come to Bali, they can use a QR code from Thailand in Bali. Yes. Yes, can pay everything, can buy everything, small, medium enterprise product, they can buy with QR, with good currency, without going to dollar and then to baht. Only rupiah and baht also. Yes, no hassle with QR code. And also, if we go to Thailand, we can buy with QRIS also. This year, our governor probably will launch Singapore and Malaysia also. We can use QRIS, QRIS in Indonesia, also in Malaysia and Thailand. Next year probably Filipina, and then all countries in ASEAN. As you can see in Bali, actually the using of QRIS is quite high. The merchant and the people actually already like they can use QRIS every day. Next, please. This is I think health says Bali. You can based on data. This based on data from the ASEAN briefing, every year at least Indonesian citizens spend more than 29 trillion. Ini ASEAN ya. Pak Presiden said 100 trillion. And then the availability of health services and open access to health facilities are still not optimal in Indonesia. So we hope in medical tourism in Sanur will fill the gap this one. Like MCU we can do in Bali without in Singapore or Malaysia. Next, please. This is the hotel, the hospital, conference hall with 5,000 people, and then nursing school, UMKM center. I think this the opportunity. Sanur Economic Zone Health as medical and wellness tourism in Bali. Next, please. So the tourism, patient and families, and health for hospital and hotel, and worker hospital and hotel. This is the MNC opportunities in health Sanur Economic Zone. I think that's all, Bu Yoke. next. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oops, I'm taking your seats. Thank you. So really the potential of Indonesia and the growth and now the progress that's happening. Are we done with the the struggling part, or are we there yet? Or do you think there's a lot more that we can do?
I think this year, Bali is crucial time to wake up again.
Exactly.
Because last year or this month, the what we call BDRB Bali actually still below before COVID.
Right.
So 4% below COVID. So we still want this 3 months. We hope Bali already going up, and we have to maintain with MICE event a lot in Bali. Last year, government helped us with KTT G20. This year, we have to push MICE event more than last year. As you know, KTT ASEAN is not as much like KTT G20. So we have Pak Menteri Sandiaga Uno and then Pak Neil. We have to invite korporasi, ministry, and other company come to Bali, held event in Bali to help Bali going back again.
Excellent.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So we need time.
Yes, but not only on MICE business, right? We were talking about small, medium operators that creating more personalized, more niche in the market, and then maybe a bit more variety. How do you see it, Pak Neil? Is that, you see it that way too?
Yeah, of course, like what Pak Menteri also said, right? The other one that are impacted very hard because of the pandemic is the small and medium enterprises,
yes,
and including in the tourism sectors as well. So
yes,
I think we need to help them as well for homestays, for example, the tour operator, tour guides, as well as other supporting like for souvenirs and the domino effect, the F&B sites, for example.
Right. I think this going back to Mr. Agung. Mr. Agung, under your wings with all the associations, semua asosiasi itu, they consider as small, medium enterprises, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So really focusing on them and grow and giving them a new market or recruit a new potential is an opportunity. I think WTN will give a good way to showcase their product. So how do you see it, the prospect of Bali through SME?
Thank you, Bayuka. I think now, as Pak Trisno mentioned, that we are in the way to way. I mean, from the pandemic we learned about many things here about tourism. So I think in the future, with the focus on MICE and health tourism, something, or MICE, we can hand in hand, yeah, more with the MSA, yeah. So before we just when we do sales calls outside, yeah, maybe we just use industry only. Now with the example like this WTN, so we will. First time we will prove that we can make a collaboration between the industry and small company. Yeah.
Because together we can educate at the same time, right? Yeah. And sharing information, what is new, what is attractive in the new market, technology helping us to get there. Anything else that you see the future through the health tourism or the new things that happen in Bali? Apa yang lain yang the health tourism, then how do you see the presence of, this is two big giant coming through economy zone. There is a hospital as well as the MICE convention. How confident are you with the market?
Yeah, of course, in Sanur, you mean, right? Yes. In Sanur, we're gonna have like a 5,000 occupancy for the capacity of the government now set up for the MKM there next to the hall. Yeah. So I'm local there, so I help the special son to prepare everything, make sure everything okay. No one complains. Make everybody happy.
That's the most important.
That's the most important.
Because we're catching up, right?
Yeah.
We want to open
Sure.
in the end of the year.
Yeah.
November.
August.
August.
The president will be launched on 17 August.
Okay, so August we will open
Yeah.
and announce the new facility.
The hotel and the convention hall.
And convention hall. September, we're gonna have WTN Summit and Time 2023, which is fantastic. And October, Bali International Hospital will officially open and provide medical checkup.
And November. IAMRA, you know IAMRA, International
Medical.
The International Medical Regulator meeting,
Yes,
conference.
Come to
Wow, that's gonna be, let's give a big hand. A lot of hopes, and I think we're getting there. And yes, this is integrated tourism.
But we need more.
Yes, we need more. That's why we were talking about World Tourism Network. I think network is very important, especially like WTN Global that representing 129 countries with hundreds and thousands of members. I think we become very close, borderless, and able to exchange knowledge and information through digital. That's correct, yeah, Pak Neil? And I think through our discussion earlier, government will need to participate, to interfere or presence when it comes to a cross-disciplinary for policy as well as ecosystem. Right. So before I close this, let's throw a question and answer to our friends there in members of WTN that already joining for the discussion. Oh, maybe I should give to our friends here, Ibu Ratna, if you have question or anyone would like to ask any questions. Yeah, would you like to ask question before? I think I have. Jürgen, are you there? Would you like to ask question, or you gonna throw it to your members to ask question? Oh yes, Ibu Ratna, go ahead.
I'd be happy to ask our members to raise their hand.
Thank you, Mbak Yoko, Bapak dan Ibu. Terima kasih. Yeah, it's just a great what you call it, KEK ya, kawasan ekonomi khusus for Sanur. And I think the medical tourism, I agree with all of you that we have to compete with Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. And I'm also travel agent practitioners that we also inform them, our wholesalers, that soon there will be a medical tourism package for Bali. So thank you very much for the support from the government and also private sector, also BTB. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Hi. Do I have question there? Leffy, would you like to add anything? Do I hear hands for questions from our online?
Yes, we do. We have a question. Let me just also say real quick that for me, Bali was almost always the shining example of a classical market for SMEs. And I think this hasn't changed over the last 20 years. And there's an opportunity for SMEs and large business to work together in Bali. And we're hoping that at our event, these are some things we discussed, because SMEs rely on large businesses, but also large businesses rely on SMEs. And SMEs rely on niche markets. And what destination is better profiled for niche market than Bali? So I think it's really a win-win, and the medical part can play, is a classical niche market, can play a major role. But we do have a hand up here from Ramzi Kuri. And please, Ramzi, when you speak, would you please let us know where you're from and where you're calling from? And you can turn your video on, and I'd be happy to put your ear on this. Oh, it's not Ramzi, it's Dr. Talib Rifai. Okay, we all don't need an introduction. We know who you are. Go ahead, Talib.
I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to say something about medical tourism. Medical tourism has to have a good...
Gentlemen, my apology to interrupt because we have to say goodbye to Mr. Neil, who has to catch up his flight. He come all the way, just like the minister, for this event. Let's give a big applause for the Deputy of Creative and Digital
Apology for the because I have set up tonight. I have another meeting, so I have to
All
go back
right,
to Jakarta.
wonderful.
Yeah.
But we're going to be following you to make sure that we will see him again in September, and we discuss further on how to solve and creating a solution for all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. And then the second person who actually going to leave is our Dr. Mira. Unfortunately, Dr. Mira also have to catch up a flight going back and another meeting going on. My apology. Dr. Mira, thank you so much. Oh, all right. Thank you. Dr. Mira, we will see you in September. We need all your insight, and then let's pray to get everything smoothly done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm gonna sit closer. So,
yeah, let's get back to
gentlemen, please continue.
Yeah, let's go back to Dr. Talib Rifai.
Was it a question?
In Jordan. Dr. Talib Rifai, as you know, from that come late, was the former Secretary General for the United Nations World Tourism Organization in 2 terms. And if there's any authority on anything in tourism, it's Dr. Rifai. Go ahead, Talib.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind introduction. Now, how about medical tourism? You have to ensure that your medical system, the medical system that provides hospitals and doctors for people, is a strong one, because you don't have any natural things for medical tourism. You have to have the system itself being able to carry on that task. So is the medical system a good one in Indonesia?
Yeah,
that's my question.
Dr. Talib Rifai's question is...
Mr. Talib, I need to ask you a favor to repeat a question, because we lose your voice. It's so nice to hear that you're joining and supporting us. And
thank you.
Help me to repeat.
I will always be supporting Indonesia. It's very dear to me. Very dear to me. Now, my question is on the medical system in Indonesia. Is the medical system strong enough and big enough to be able to cater for the medical people that would come from all over the regions, all over the world to Bali? How are the hospitals? How are the hospitals? How are the doctors? And so on and so forth.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard Dr. Rifai, but he was asking, let me relate this here, how the infrastructure is basically, how the medical system is set up to handle handle a volume of medical patients coming to Bali.
Yes, precisely.
A very good questions. Dr. Mira, the President Director of Indonesia Healthcare Corporation, just left. It's a state-owned company, and I think the infrastructure as part of the big movement located in the area that is supported by state-owned company also. It's called Spatial Economic Zone in Sanur. So which is our Mr. Agung is the one who also overseen this area. The area is actually a zone where policy, infrastructure, and ecosystem will be how do I say, not relaxed but negotiated. Relax. So there are policy that is on, and some of the policy are only applied there. So I think you need to come in September. We would love to welcome you to come in here and see on how Indonesia committed on medical tourism and doing this as the big milestone. I would like to have Mr. Trisno to add on that.
Thank you very much. Actually, our president already released the government regulation. That means government committed to build the economic zones, the health economic zone in Sanur. And our president already assigned Minister of State-owned company to build this area, and then also involving Minister of Health, and then Minister of State-owned company. I think we will see in September this building already there, and then I heard Minister of Health already sent several doctors go to the best to America to learn about how to take care about medical tourism in America, and then we can replicate in Sanur.
Absolutely. And Moody, would you like to add?
Thank you, Dr. Talib Rifai. I would like to also emphasize one more time that Dr. Talib Rifai is the section of former section UNWTO for 2 terms, and he's a very dear to the global tourism industry. We love him so much. We hope that you're healthy, and we are seeing you in September. And there are a lot of knowledge that we can learn from you. You must have like helicopter views on how to look into this medical and health tourism industry globally, and how Indonesia could position as one of the best in the global world, I hope. Thank you, Dr. Talib.
I think that is a very nice approach, that you're going to have a lot of fans here, Dr. Talib, because the idea is exchanging knowledge, exchanging information, and then getting to know more is the bullets, it's the remedy to moving forward, because we cannot be secluded and only work on one zone. We need to learn and exchange idea.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you
Pak
so
Agung,
much.
anything you'd like to add? Okay, it's because Indonesia is progressing. Bali, especially, has been known as what is it again, Nadi? The wellness by Forbes. The minister was saying dedicated. We want a lot of something like happiest place or something like that. You know, like so many things can appear in Bali. I think many new tourism concept will born. So September is our time, and we need your support for open dialogue, for learning experience.
I've been to Bali many times.
Yes.
It's a wonderful place.
Before we close, okay.
One more hand.
Papa Agung, would you like to say a few things?
Thank you. So this is BTB and WTN declared to be a partner as part of Recovery Bali platform for sustainability tourism. So I have some presentation, maybe you can show.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Just one page.
Oh okay. Oh, okay.
Next, there's 3 elements in this statement. First, BTB declaration. Strengthen its basic identity, a blessed island from the creators. So, creating Bali as a authenticity platform of sustainable tourism. Protect its heritage culture, peoples. Second, BTB and WTN on September 2023 declaration. BTB take a lead with the others global tourism leaders as creating a tourism as a peacemaker. Develop a strong network, both domestic and globally. And last, let's work together, collaborate through WTN 129 tourism community, global learning program through WTN media. Thank you. Let's register and see you in WTN.
Wow, nicely
2023
summarized.
from 28 September. Thank you.
Wow, nicely summarized. I don't need to summarize, and we already got this beautiful way as part of the commitment, and I think it's important. Commitment is something that is involving a lot of people, a lot of stakeholders, not only in related to tourism, but in government, in corporate, and especially with the presence of central bank as and the private sectors who committed and make this happen. And I think we're gonna make a big change.
Sorry, I have to add in one more, because we are facing WTN 129 countries. I would like to also support not only an inbound, but our friends of having a business outbound in Indonesia.
Yes.
So we are engaging with WTN Tourism Board. We are We welcome all the International Tourism Board from the 129 countries. I hope you can attending and we can having a very good business engagement, not only inbound, but also outbound. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Moody, we're gonna speeding up until September and make this happen. And certainly, Moody, you are not alone because all stakeholders are with you, and we make this happen because this is a platform when we can have an open discussion. Lefi, is there anything that you like to add before we close the session?
Let's get it done and collaborate.
Thank you so much.
There is one more hand. Can I, just to make sure, because this lady has been so patient and raised her hand here. And maybe if I just want to say one more thing and adding to Moody, and this is a very important point here, that this is also an event for tourism boards from around the world to come to Bali and look at the potential of the outbound market for Indonesia, because this is something what is not to be underestimated. And I'm very glad that, for instance, we have the Minister of Tourism from Jamaica coming to Bali, because this is a new one. This is a brand new destination, what is worth visiting. And we're hoping there's many others that are listening to us now and that are in the tourism board anywhere in the world see the potential of the outbound market. And the nice thing, I tell you what, if you come to Bali to promote your destination, it's a networking what goes both ways. And you see the potential. Medical tourism alone is a fantastic field, and it's with Bali always has been a place of natural healing places. Now it's a place also with a sophisticated, very sophisticated hospital, what is actually run by the Mayo Clinic, Americans. There is a place to go. But I wanted to, if I may, give the floor, and this is the last one, I believe, and I don't know who she is, but you can maybe tell us. She's Spa Lady Young, Wendy Young. I have a suspicion you may be from Taiwan, aren't you?
Yes, I'm from Taiwan.
Great. Okay, go ahead. You had a question. Thank you for being so patient, and I give the floor back to Bali after that.
Okay, Om Swasti Astu, Ni Hao. This is from Spa Lady Wendy Young. I'm also the PR director of SCO International Asia. And you know that SCO organization is the largest travel and tourism organization. And in SCO Asia, we across 15 countries. Before September, the big event, we SCO Asia, we are holding a Congress in Bali in June, from the June 1st to 4th, and we are going to hold it in the Nusa Dua. Nusa Dua is a Marisaka Hotel. And then we can tell you, we will have, I think, over 300 people from all over the world. And these are the tourism leaders from all over the world. We hope that Bali Tourism Board can show us that you are best, because we have all the tour operator, we have this very strong media person like me, Spa Lady. I've been as a spa journalist for the past 40 years. So I think this is a very great opportunity for Bali to, to attract to us. And then I'm sure you will get thousands, millions of tourists, because wellness medical tourism is the #1 travel industry now in the world. So Om Swasti Astu again, and then Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hope to get your full support and for our SCO Asia Congress in Bali from June 1st to 4th. And this will be organized by SCO Bali Club. And then June 1st to 4th. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I think we met in Croatia, didn't we? And you had twinning. Yes, I remember. This is a very fun lady. We had a great picture from her. And so I'm glad you said this. I'm also a SCOL member, and we've worked with SCOL. I've been in charge of the communication committee actually last year at SCOL International. And I'm really glad you said this, Spa Lady, and hope to see you again in Bali in at this conference. So I'm so sorry. Go back. There is another hand here, but I think we're running out of time. Should we take one more question or not?
One more question that we'll do.
Okay. So the very last one is, I think this is Talib. Is this Ramzi? Is yeah, that's Talib again. So Talib,
it's me.
You can have a
It's me.
last
I don't know
question.
why the name of Ramzi is there. Okay. That's fine. Ramzi is a good man. Anyhow. Okay, I want to ask about halal tourism. You know, halal tourism has been one of Indonesia's main strength. And Mr. Septa, who I know very well, is in charge of that. Now, where did halal tourism go? What's the situation there? Thank you.
Okay, who can answer this? Anyone? Halal tourism?
Oh, halal tourism.
Yes.
So my apology. All right, a question about halal tourism. I think that is very interesting because Indonesia is the biggest country with a Muslim population, but we are not a Muslim country, but we have the biggest population, Muslim population. It doesn't mean that when we talk about halal population is dedicated only for Muslim, we are talking about the food that is now become a new story in all over Indonesia. Non bacon, non ham friendly. Oh no, you don't say that. No pork friend. So we are into Muslim friendly. So Muslim friendly restaurant and products are now being introduced. It could be available in many regions of Indonesia, that including Bali. But then again, Bali is famous for its gastronomy. So halal product is one of among many products that are available in Bali. Still, the local wisdom, the local gastronomy, the local product that is produced here, being the majority Hinduism in Bali itself, the variety of gastronomy are related to a non-halal food. But yes, halal is related to the product availability.
Thank you so much.
Can I just add one little thing to what Talib said? We at World Tourism Network actually will be announcing a special LinkedIn group. We already have a LinkedIn group that deals with sustainable tourism. We have more than 7,500 members. And the gentleman who's putting this all together is in Malaysia. He just left us here. I saw him in the public, but we started also a Muslim halal and sustainable tourism LinkedIn group. We will have this on our website by tomorrow. And we already have more than 500 members in this group. So it's a hot topic, and I hope many of our friends in Indonesia will join us in this discussion.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you, Jürgen.
Thank you so much for feedback, story, as well as comments for us to grow together. And I think what Mr. Agung was mentioning about sustainable tourism, it's something that cannot be done overnight, but a commitment of many stakeholders. With the support of friends from WTN Global, we can grow together, collaborate, and synergize. Unfortunately, we have to end this discussion with a big wish that we are all in good health and meet again in September with so much energy.
Don't forget to register.
Oh, and don't forget to register. That's another key. And share to friends to register, come to Bali. So much happening in Bali. And I think we are optimistic. As Mr. Trisno mentioned on his presentation, the growth in Bali, the arrival of international client coming to Bali become another surprise factors. Surprise us by joining WTN Summit. It's not a conference, it's an open discussion for us to solve many different issues in tourism, including aviation, including product, including accommodation, and all new destination. I hope everything that we have shared and the wishes from our minister become one start point for our relationship. Thank you so much. I'm Yoka Darmawan, and I hope to see you again in September. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And,
thank you. And for all audience that come in here, thank you so much for being here. And our big hand for Bakoma to organize this. And as well as thank you so much for WIM Production, all our team over there. Right. Overnight, they're doing this, and our MC and everyone behind this event. And thank you again for being here. Thank you. Selamat sore and goodbye. Om Santi, Santi Om.
And thank you very much. And if you missed this show, for everyone watching,
thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to our incredible speakers and also moderator. Thank you so much for a very insightful session and a very interactive dialogue. And we would like to appreciate those speakers and also participants who are joining us virtually. Thank you very much for your participation. It was a very insightful discussion and a very interactive one. Thank you very much.
And thank you for everyone, just important who are watching us.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Trisno Nugroho.
For anyone who's now, let me mute this. Anyone watching us now live on eTurbo News and wanted to watch this again, just go and stay tuned. We're going to repeat this for the next 24 hours. And then it's going to be archived on all our YouTube channels and on World Tourism Network. So if you missed this, just watch us again. Thank you very much.